All right. I think we're good. By the way, my trial thing never happened.
Sorry, your what didn't happen?
My trial, my
Oh, your
burning the
trial.
witch trial. Yeah.
And the witch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was ready. I was ready for all the fire.
Yeah. I think a lot of people might be, well, I don't know, those who were paying attention to it or looking forward to it or something.
Yeah. I heard there's quite a few people looking forward to it, but I don't know what happened to it. So whatever.
Well, you never know. It could still happen or in some other shape or form or something.
Yeah. Well, I'll be ready. Still, I mean, I have all my stuff. So
It's
hello,
kind of
fish.
interesting because Halloween is coming up.
Yeah.
My algorithm is dropping some video suggestions like the origin of witches and the origin of Halloween and how they persecuted witches and things like that. So I don't know
Yeah.
if
Is
it's
it
really
is it
historical.
accurate though?
Well, that's
Yeah.
it. It's like some, a lot of it is kind of like folklore in a way.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd like to get into the real stuff because I'm pretty sure.
And I didn't realize it was very diverse as well.
Yeah.
Just, I was trying to watch one video, but I think I was multitasking, so I wasn't fully paying attention. But the guy talking he mentions about all these other like genres or categories of witches, but for the
Hmm.
purposes of his video, he was focusing on the stereotypical, like pointy hat, flying on a broom.
Yeah. Oh, sure has got some stuff. The tradition
Apparently,
originated in the ancient Celtic festival of Samhain, which people would light bonfires and wear costumes to ward off ghosts.
yeah,
Oh, maybe
apparently,
he's talking about Halloween.
witch hunting became quite a good business.
Yeah, I'm making witch hunting great again. That's my contribution to society.
And there wasn't any clear definition um, of what a witch would be. So basically, you can accuse someone of being a witch and
Hmm.
then persecute them.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna look more into that later. But you had some school board government stuff going on.
Yeah, um, it's kind of depressing. Um,
Yeah.
Bit of sort of like disparaging, not very confident in it. Oh, by the way, to everyone listening, sorry, I'm munching.
Yeah,
You can't tell. Um,
that's all right.
Let me just add a little bit more black pepper. Oh, am I allowed to say black pepper? Is that racist? I don't know.
You can say whatever you want because
That's
you're
the
not a white
sound
man.
of my knuckles cracking. It's black pepper. I do like
Yeah.
black pepper.
But
Um,
Billy, you can say whatever you want because you're not a straight white man. So
well,
you're protected under the victim Olympics hierarchy somewhere.
yeah, but in this day and age, it's everyone else's responsibility to cater for someone's emotions and feelings.
Yeah.
So I have to be offended on their behalf just in case.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, a a governing board, a committee. I mean, I'm sure we're all kind of familiar with sort of management. So you could, I suppose, like extrapolate it, and it might be in a work setting. But in terms of a school board, I have to be careful because I'm sure
Hmm.
there's a confidentiality issue. So I have to try and be vague as possible.
That's fine.
But at the same time, I don't think they're going to keep me on there for much longer anyway.
Really? Why?
Well, I think they'll keep me on there, but sort of gag me and tie me to the chair and just have me there as a representative, just so that they can say they're inclusive. But in terms of actually me contributing any input or having a say, well, from what I was already experiencing, it was sort of shunned and disregarded and not taken on board.
Hmm.
So where should I begin with it? Well, from what I gather, things have changed because of the COVID.
Hmm.
The way they organize, they have their events, their meetings, etc., has shifted. Some of it is now online instead of in person. Um, it was kind of funny. My first online meeting, I couldn't change my account details, so I was logged in on the panel as Billy the Goat. So it's like, oops.
Uh-oh.
But that aside, so we had a in-person meeting,
Hmm.
lots of tea, there was food, it was a full day. We're sitting at child's in a room with child-sized furniture. Um, so that was a bit strange. There was a warm-up exercise which was a bit odd, to get us into the spirits of things or something like that. But it was like line up without saying a word, line up in chronological order of who lives closest to the school.
What?
So a lot of sort of finger gesturing and sort of waving up numbers to imply like, well, I'm about 5 minutes away. How about, like someone's like waving like 10 fingers. So, okay, you're 10 minutes away or 10, so it's just like, I don't know. It just seems a bit silly.
Yeah, it sounds stupid for adults to be participating in.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if this is going to be like breaking the ice because it's the first time meeting people in real life, or if this is going to be like some sort of team building exercise or something. But
For kindergartners.
or yeah, well, yeah. So
Okay.
that was over and done with. Right. So then we sat down. I'm just trying to recall the events.
Yeah.
There was like a spokesperson talking. Well, like the what would title be like the chair leader, something like that.
Hmm.
We went to visit the classrooms. That was good. I enjoyed that part. So I'm asking the kids like, so how are you feeling? I mean, I didn't really care about what the agenda or prerogatives were. I was there for my own incentive in a way.
Yeah.
So I wanted to know, how did the kids feel? What sort of relationship they have with one another? Are they happy with their environment?
Right.
And what kind of interests, and seeing how well. I mean, to be fair, they were bubbly, they were happy, they were enjoying themselves. There's a good kinship amongst themselves. But how much of that is a natural thing with children, or how much of it has been cultivated into them,
Hmm.
is a bit ambiguous.
Hmm.
And I mean, it's just a short little interaction just to see how they are, sort of thing. And then it's like have a break for half an hour. And I'm thinking, geez, man, we're just wasting time. It's just like dawdling, not really dawdling, but it's just like, it felt like a tea party.
Yeah.
It felt like a morning club where parents come and have a coffee, basically. So the seriousness of it all, or in terms of management, logistics, and all that sort of stuff, like getting down to business, the nuts and bolts, was I felt anyway like inadequately addressed. So it might be mentioned, like some things might be mentioned, but maybe, I don't know if it's because we tend to do deep dives in these streams.
Right.
But it's like, come on, there's a lot of stuff going on here, and
Yeah.
we're basically using post-it notes to jot down little ideas.
Yeah.
And then I'm beginning to notice the language hasn't got it isn't being understood, like the significance or the ramifications of what these policies entail. So they might say like basically it starts sounding like buzzwords are just being said for the sake of just saying them.
Right.
So prior to even having these meetings, I already got the vibe of like there's a lot of virtue signaling.
Mm-hmm.
This is people don't even really understand what they're saying. They're just following what's trending in society, and they don't want to be left out or look like they're the odd ones out or rebellious or going against the grain. So a
Right.
lot of conformity, just head
Yeah.
nodding and like, oh yes, racism and equality. Oh yes, that's good. It's like, yeah, but what does that mean?
Right.
So my faith, my confidence is just dropping minute by minute while I'm
Right.
there. Now we break out into what we divide our committee divides into like breakout groups. So there's the first time we did it, I think I was with 3 other people, and we got like a big sugar paper, well, just a sheet with there's a table, and any concerns or things we might think of regarding it, we put it on a post-it note and slap it down.
Right.
So like brainstorming in a way.
Yeah.
But again, it's like, what's the use of bringing up these bullet points without any real investigation or delving into it or exploring it any further?
Right.
And I don't know what they're going to do with this brainstorm. I don't know if one of the members are going to write it up or reformat it in a way that, I don't know.
Like a post, like minutes or.
Well, you're
Right.
saying like that kindergarten aspect, like that welcome
Yeah.
warm-up exercise. It's like kindergarten. I mean, it's almost like that again. It's like, here's a bunch of kids with brainstorm diagram. Look, we made a
Right.
poster that we're going to show to the rest of the class.
So is it for like your fridge at home or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
No, not. I mean, less than that.
Oh.
It felt pretty juvenile.
Yeah.
Now I don't know if this is common practice, if this has been going on for years,
Right.
or if this is the new sort of way or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just my lack of faith in it or confidence. It's just like I don't see how these, and because people are like scribbling, like it's hard to even read some of their handwriting and things like that. It's like, what on earth are you writing?
And these are fellow parents.
No, not necessarily. I'm not sure what kind of walks of life they come from. And as for myself, being a newbie, I wasn't too sure what to really say. So I was just like, I just put
Wait.
one answers
Wait.
down.
So these people that were at the school didn't have children that went to that school?
I think 1 or 2 of them might have done, but not all of them.
What the hell are they doing there?
I don't know.
That's
if
weird.
it's because they maybe just live locally, or if it's because they have some other kind of invested interest, or if they've just been thought it'd be cool to do or something. But no, I mean, in terms of like parents with kids at the school,
Yeah.
I think that's one of the reasons why I was even on the panel in to begin with, to represent from the sort of parent body side, to have a member from the parent body side sit down
Yeah.
at this committee.
Okay.
And I mean, obviously, I know my own position, so I can easily say that, yeah, obviously, I've got a kid there, so that's why I'm here.
Yeah.
But I might be the only one with a kid there. There might have been some other people, but they didn't turn up to this meeting in person. So some people were absent; they had other commitments or whatnot.
That's kind of weird, huh?
But yeah, and I don't know if there's a way of actually. I mean, unless you're like pretty bold and be like, so what's your reason for being here, or what's your
Yeah, I would ask. Yeah, so what the hell are you doing here? Oh, you have a kid that goes here? No? Oh, well, why are you here exactly?
In terms of representing the parent side of things, I mean, that's like zero. I talk to the parents, actual parents in the playground when it comes to picking up and dropping off and,
Right.
just randomly in the street or whatever. And I have far more like insight or representation from those encounters, or those incidents weren't as irrelevant in terms of this board meeting. Now,
Right.
at no point did any of the members say like, so what's the word that's going around in the playground? What's the, give us some like ear to the ground kind of information. It's almost like parents, never mind them, they have no say. We don't really
Right.
care about what the parents might have to think.
Right.
We're more focused on, well, this is where we're getting into like now the mechanics of the committee. So what I learned is, and I can actually appreciate the board for this, is there's far more behind the scenes than the general public actually realize, and especially as a parent would realize. I didn't realize how intricate or woven. I mean, I suppose if we did a little bit of a mental, just a little bit of thinking about it, we'd realize, oh, of course, schools would be heavily connected into like government funding and government policies, and there'd be other kind of tiers of governance in a way. So I'm hearing all these kind of like acronyms, and different styles of procedure. Like you can almost look at it in a kind of political lens, where it's like if you decide to be socialist, then you're going to be very community based, and if you decide you want to be capitalist, then you're running more risk in a way, because yes, you might be successful, but you also could lose out because you're more individualistic. So which way do we want to go as a school? And to sort of answer that point, I mean that they're leaning into this sort of socialist side of it. Well, they kind of have a double standard. They're leaning into the socialist side because they want to maintain control. At least with my particular school, they don't want to be dictated to by higher ups.
They want that academic freedom. Right?
Well, yes and no. Some do and some don't. That's the thing. So they're worried about they want the perks of being by being interconnected with all these other bodies of organization.
But they don't want them telling them what to do.
But they don't want, and with that dependence, there's a chance that basically the plug could get pulled on them at any moment. That they could, someone could turn around and say like no, we're not going to support the school anymore, and you're going to have to fend for yourself. So there's a little hesitation there. But then if the school wants to break out on their own and do their own sort of thing, then they're likely not going to have the support and approval of of other. Well, there's a lot of they'll be comparing this school with some other school and be like, well, where do we sort of stand? So there's a competitive element to it, and a marketing PR. Like, how do we advertise the school? It's like, whoa, is this what it's about? But you can sort of understand, like, well, if we don't advertise, it's a necessary evil in a way, because like if we don't advertise, then we're not going to get pupils, and everyone sort of like we have the, what do you call it, the brochure,
Yeah.
the prospectus, to try and encourage people, come to our school.
Mhm.
But that kind of sentiment, as I'll disclose further, becomes more significant, or it becomes more. You see, it's on their mind, and the children get put on the back burner quite a bit. Like, there was talks about, like, how can we safeguard teachers so that they don't lose their jobs. So,
Mhm.
okay,
Exactly what the universities are focusing on currently too.
how can
Yeah.
we support our staff better? How can
Mhm.
we make the school better?
Yep.
And it's like, all right, that's all well and good, but where's the children in all of this?
Right.
And their argument would be like, well, if you want to look after children, you have to have well looked after teachers. Otherwise, but it's like, well, yeah, but
The primary focus is on the individual that's making the money being there.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure they wouldn't like it if I said to them, so if someone who was more attentive to the children came along, you would have no problems stepping down and letting them take over.
Right.
I'm sure they would get into a tizzy over it, but like, no, I want to make sure I'm the teacher. I know these
Right.
kids better than anyone else, sort of thing.
Right.
So
Yeah.
there is so that element of control and a selfish kind of angle
Mhm.
seeps in. I'm just thinking, what else is sort of. I mean, they're trying to put forward, like, how can we have what is our, like, mission statement? What is it we're going to tell the higher ups what this school is about? What's our mission statement? What is it we're trying to achieve? And I made a remark about, like, look, especially when they were comparing themselves to another school. I was like, I read this mission statement from the other school, and it's just candy floss words. Like, we want our school to be a calm and a relaxing environment for the well-being of all our students. It's just like, well, it's just copy and paste, so there's no distinction and no real substance. And then I brought up, I tried to take direction into, I tried to steer some of the, I think this might have been during one of the breakout times, to steer some of the conversation with those around me, addressing how language and the use of words is pivotal in what precedes it. Like, if we're not careful with the words we use, we're going to run into some problems here. And I gave something. I mean, I actually one of the, like, I was talking about some of these slogans or whatever, and I regurgitated it back to them, brought up the problem with it, and then they tried to explain it further to me. And I said, it's all well and good you explaining it to me to try and put it into context, but you're not doing that with the kids. You're just saying, you're just coming up with a catchphrase, handing it over to the children, and then letting the children decipher what this means. So that's the problem, because
Right.
you're not being clear with them, and at the same time they're talking about having transparent communication or clear dialogue with the parents and the kids. It's like, that's not what you're doing. You're being vague. You're being
Exactly.
you're being confusing with the words because you're leaving it open ended.
Yeah.
And I made
You know what I noticed? I think that is a symptom of the people from humanities and like art type stuff taking over. Because I remember this with my conversation with DiGirello, you know, that psychology guy that tried to racial sensitivity train me slash PUA me. Like he kept saying, well, you know, what does it mean to you? This is subjective. I'm like, no, this isn't subjective. This is we're talking about structure stuff. We're talking about fundamental stuff. You have to be very direct about what does this mean exactly, because you leave it up to somebody with a really good imagination and they can think of 100 different things it could mean. Like I run
yeah,
into this problem all the time whenever I ask questions and somebody gives me a vague answer, they're, you know, trying to speak to me in code. I'm like, my mind just thought of like 13 different things that you could
right.
mean by that. Please be direct.
But the thing
Like,
is, they try and worm out of it by
yes,
after the fact. It's like, oh, you need clarification. Well, let me provide that to you. You know, like
because if they don't give you a direct thing, they can't be held accountable
yeah. But
because
the
it's
thing is, like,
left
there's no
up
point giving it.
to
There's no point
interpretation.
telling me.
Yeah,
You know, it's the kid's interpretation that's going to matter at the end of the day. There's no
right.
point trying to put me straight over it. Now, let's say I
Yeah,
agree with you and I go, oh, yes, I understand what you mean now. Thank you for clarifying and making that clear to me.
yeah.
But that doesn't make any difference to the kid. What, am I meant to like relay the message on to them? So, but this woman, I don't know if she thought she was being funny. Like, I can't remember what it was I said exactly, but something like, I don't know. I started throwing or getting my big guns out and being like, look, this is, I don't know, like emotional trauma or something, you know, I'm trying to use some big words or something like that.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is
yeah.
I didn't use the word being abusive or toxic, but I may as well have done or something like that. And
Right.
this woman was like, oh yeah, I do that to my kids all the time. I'm thinking, I don't know if you're trying to be funny or sarcastic, but I'm trying to be deadly serious here.
Yeah.
And you've already just met me. So I just sort of, at that brief moment, I had there was silence. I just kind of like looked at her pretty sternly, just thinking, I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but if
Right.
this is your way of going about things,
Mm-hmm.
then not to be judgmental, but if that's how you treat your kids, then fuck you.
Right. Why doesn't Lycan have a wrench? This is weird.
So they broke out for lunch. I
Mm-hmm.
decided to scarp her out. I thought, because we had catering. And I'm thinking, you guys are worried about your budget, and you've got fucking like full blown. They had cake, you know,
Right.
vegetarian. You got vegan. You got meat. 3 long tables of food. I mean, it was a feast. Um, but I was like, I don't care. I'm not staying here with you lot. I'm spending my lunch on my own. You know, like, I need to process. I don't want to be around. You know, I'm not spending the whole day literally with you guys. When I came back, they were like, "Oh, Billy, where did you go?" And I was just like, "Oh, well, I had to duck out and run some errands." And then we carried on. And it's pretty much more of the same, I guess. Um, I became more and more. I thought, you know, my words are being falling on deaf ears, and there's no point really me saying anything anymore. That's the So how I felt on the whole is in dismay. Um,
Mm.
there's a lot of virtue signaling, a lot of people with no specialities per se. I mean, I think some of them do, but they're not very. If maybe I'm being a bit presumptuous, but they don't seem very effective in their profession.
Right.
There was talk about the lack of educational psychologists, which would be a great benefit, which made me kind of giggle. So it's like, so you got no guidance from a psychologist, but here you all are making policies that everyone should follow without
Right.
questioning like the ramifications or the damage or the detriment you could be
Right.
causing. You all think this is a good idea,
Right.
but you don't actually have anyone to confirm this with you.
Right.
So basically, what I'm saying is, hugely led by emotion. Like, you'd want a critically thinking, logical governing body, but that's not the case. What we have instead is emotionally driven
Yep.
policies.
Mm-hmm. Because the damn thing's run by women, isn't it?
I mean, well, there
Sounds like
were
it's
more.
run by
There
women. It
were more.
feminists at
I'm just
least.
thinking how many men were in the room with me. Um, 3 other men. Of those attending that meeting, there were three other guys.
Out of how many people though?
Well, there would have been about maybe 8 or 9 women, and quite a few of them were. When you now that you remind me, you were asking before like what you saw. They're not parents. A lot of them were actually the teachers themselves. Like the head teacher was there, the deputy, the leader of inclusivity was there. I mean that's a joke in itself.
Yeah. Yeah. It is.
But which is a little bit dicey for me because it's like shit. If I piss these people off, or if they get pissed off with, well, yeah, same thing. If they get pissed off with me, it's like, oh, you're that parent. Your kid is in my class or something like this, or I don't know what the knock-on effect will be. There shouldn't be one, but then again,
Right? There shouldn't. And
I mean, I've already
this isn't a public school. Is it kind of like a charter school or is it a public school?
public,
Huh.
and I imagine this sort of thing is happening in all schools, basically.
Well, I sent my son to a charter school, like ran by Turkish folks, and they were on the ball. It's like a
Yeah,
science academy. And
my
man,
my my kids at school is. I mean, I've already had a run-in with the headmaster before. I think
yeah,
I've mentioned it when basically at the time it was during the COVID lockdown. My kid wasn't accessing the online
right,
homework class,
right,
and the head teacher was trying to imply if my kid is falling short that it would be my fault. So I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa! I'm not the one that closed the school. Fuck you! I'm picking up the pieces here.
right,
I'm not gonna take blame for her falling short.
right.
Um, There's another point I was gonna make where the school. Oh right, yeah, this is anecdotal. They get children's books to take home to read. Once before, one of the books was like a crocodile family, and there's with the reading books, there's like a reading record, so parents can like leave a comment of how they're reading, if there's any tricky words or well, whatever sort of comment you want to put down, I suppose. So this story in particular of a crocodile family. The young man, the young male crocodile.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how the story goes exactly, but it gets a nose ring, and I just like no, what the hell is this about? So in the comments, I wrote like, look, the story is fine, but I don't know about these nose piercings. I don't want them
Right.
up to me. Now the last book she had,
Wait, there was nose piercings in the kid's book.
well, this I get the next one is even more questionable. So the
Right.
next, not literally the next story, but at some point, fairly recently, we're reading this kid's book, and in the story, a boy kicks a football, and it breaks the window of like a park, like a groundkeeper's, uh, the park police's window. So I presumably there's like a building on the park, and in this building is the park police. Well, the boy kicks a football through the park police window, and it
Mm.
breaks. So the park police comes out to sort of yell at the kid, The way they depicted this park police, I shit you not, was Adolf Hitler.
Really?
Tash, little bit of hair, bit of a hat. It's so blatantly Adolf Hitler.
Propaganda.
And this is a kid's book, so I wrote in the record to return to the teacher. I was like, I don't like this. I wrote like the park police being portrayed as Hitler is questionable, or I don't know if that's really a good idea. Authority. And the remark that I got back, the comment was like from the teacher was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry about that."
Hold on one sec, Billy. I'll be right back. Keep going though.
Sure, okay. So the teacher wrote, I'm sorry about that. You seem to be getting a lot of funny books lately. It's like, well, that's not, like, don't you guys like check the books that you're buying or whatever or issuing out? But then the comment continued with the author's name or the illustrator for that book, kind of like trying to justify it and being like, well, maybe there's another layer of meaning that we're unaware of. It's like, no shit, it's fucking Hitler. You telling me that's another layer of meaning that you do not see? So I maybe fingers crossed. I mean, well, it reminds me of yet another incident, right? Obviously, in my situation, mum is not in the picture, right? It's just me and my kid.
Right.
But this was like years ago. My kid would come home with a book titled "I Miss My Mummy," and I'm like, come on now. How insensitive is that? I don't know if my kid is selecting that, but even if my kid is, still, it's pretty. It's like try not to do that, please.
Right.
So the impression I'm getting from the teaching staff is that they're not checking these books properly.
Right.
And if they are, they don't see the consequences of what some of these books might be suggesting or portraying or illustrating. And who knows, like are they going, now that I've pointed out Adolf Hitler is in the kids' book, are they going to remove that book from the shelf? Or are they just going to issue it to another kid and let them have a little
No, because they have to push the propaganda that cops are bad like Hitler. Actually, during this convention, there's an artist that was there, Arthur Quan Lee. His speech, like his whole breakdown of art and propaganda and all this shit, man. I can't wait to talk to him because he has a really interesting take on how they've been doing a lot of subverting and stuff like that through art. Yeah, he was talking about, I guess, he might have offended somebody during one of his speeches, that because he was talking about Hitler and during that time, and specific artists, and I didn't catch his talks, but I just kind of got the gist of what he was doing, and good stuff, man. But no, they've been doing this for a while.
Oh yeah, it wasn't like a brand new book that my kid was like, that one with Hitler. It's got wear and tear on it, so it's been in the system for some time.
Yeah.
Well, like I was telling you before with the Black History Month, where they want to bring attention to some lesser known black people, but which is all well and good, I suppose. But like in my kid's example was John Edmund Stone, I think his name. I think I said last time it was like Edmonton, but I think it's Edmund Stone. The guy who made teddy bears, taxidermy.
Yeah.
But the kids have no idea who Charles Darwin is. So you want to kind of prop up this black figure,
and not teach about who Darwin was.
Well, but the thing is, you want to step on Charles Darwin,
right?
So it's kind of like here is John Edmund Stone. Hey, he's the guy who taught Charles Darwin. So it's like, right, so push Charles Darwin aside. He's
Mm-hmm.
he's stealing the fame, or he's stealing the spotlight. The spotlight should be on this John Edmonton Stone guy
Right.
instead.
Right.
And like, never mind Charles Darwin. He's a nobody. He wouldn't be Charles Darwin. Wouldn't be Charles Darwin without John Edmund Stone teaching him.
Right.
I mean, I might. It's not a falsehood. It's a fact. Okay, yes. So Charles Darwin was taught by a black man. That's fantastic. Great. But don't forget the efforts and works of Charles Darwin either. That doesn't
Right.
mean it's irrelevant.
Right. Yeah. Johnny said art goes way deeper than that. Check out the work of Dr. Lasha Darkmoon. She goes into detail how art is the first phase of societal infiltration. Yeah, it's everywhere. Every single structure of our society. Every realm. Feminism has poisoned everything.
Yeah. Well, that part about the transparency and communication, and bringing it back to that sort of governing board. It's like, if this is now on the to-do list, we need,
Right.
like, what the hell were we doing before then? This should already be in place, kind of thing.
Right.
It makes me think of like, last minute, I pick up my kid from school, and my kid is jabbering to me about costume for tomorrow, and I'm thinking, like, half the time I'm thinking, is this actually true or not? Because it's coming from, and I don't know if my kid could get away with wearing a costume, she would. So I don't know if this is her own desire trying to like trick me, or if this is actually a thing. So I had to kind of ask the teacher, like, what's my little one going on about something about costume tomorrow? Oh yes, Billy Daddy. Tomorrow the kids are doing something about this period of time in history, so we want them to bring in a costume. I'm like, bloody hell, this is like last minute, literally. Like, I don't know. And then like, oh, you don't worry, just bring in an old T-shirt will do, or something, a bit of rags or something like that. And I'm just thinking, God, man, how many other parents? Well, it would be a surprise on every parent.
Yeah, the day before.
And not everyone will have something like an old T-shirt necessarily. Now, luckily enough, my kid actually has a costume which was fairly appropriate for the occasion.
Yeah.
Like, you could kind of. Well, she actually she wanted to wear her vampire dress for Halloween.
Yeah, that would be perfect.
Thinking, oh God, maybe I can explain to her that vampires have been around medieval times.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And then the school wants to talk about how they want to be transparent with communication. Yeah, explain why there's $250 deducted from my account for a school meal when my kid goes to school with a packed lunch. Who's been giving her a school meal? Well, I don't know. Did she actually have a school meal? Well, I don't know. It's like, so why have I got $250 deducted from my account? Well, I don't know.
Yeah. Like, transparently starting when? When is that going to start kicking off?
I mean, that's it. That's basically the current state of affairs.
Yeah. So you don't have much hope that you're going to even be able to make an impact there?
Well, at the committee, I said, so what's going to happen now with the current state with the economy collapsing? And they're just like, oh, I don't know. The sort of the doom and gloom just sort of just washed over their face. It's like, you do realize we don't have a prime minister now as well. And they're all just like, oh, we're just doing what we can within the boundaries of our capabilities. So it's like so we're fucked then.
Yeah.
Like, well, yeah. So short-sighted, emotional, lack of consideration, and all this other good stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm supposed to have faith and trust in not just this school, but any like whatever school I send my kid to. You know, as a parent, you're putting a faith and trust in that they're going to be able to look after your kid.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm seeing. I'm just like,
Yeah.
how you guys made it this far, I don't know. Oh, we need to make sure that one of our on our to-do list is to make sure the school is suitable, like the environment is well maintained and appropriate for the children of their various ages. It's like, well, why isn't it like that already?
Right.
You know, it's like, oh, have you seen the new pipe work we've got going on? It's like, what the fuck are you on about?
Yeah. Do you guys have charter schools over there? I don't know how it works in the UK with the schooling
We have
system.
private schools. We have special educational, like children with special needs type of schools.
That you have to pay for it though. Like
Well, private school, I think you probably would, but the special needs one, I'm not too sure if you have to. They were suggesting my kid goes to one of those. I was like, nope. I want my kid to have a normal life. So that means put her into a normal school, please.
yeah. Yeah, that's something that I remember going to a big parent meeting thing at Cam's school. I'm trying to remember what grade he was in. Because the charter schools, the way they work here, it's like the government pays for the child to attend the school, but the taxpayer money that would normally go to public school would go to the charter school. So, but I don't know. I think as an incentive for people to not, they were paying like $1,000 less a kid than they would be paying for public school. So we had to like all get together and like, write letters and, petition for it to be at least what they pay the damn public school per child.
Mm-hmm.
So
now, I can appreciate the pressures that all schools really are under.
Yeah.
Especially in these day and age where we've got our economy collapsing. That'll really like put them up shit's creek.
Yeah. This was years ago, though. I mean, I want to say it was when he was in middle school. I went to that one.
As a sort of technicality, because my kid has special needs, whatever school she goes to, a budget goes with her.
Right.
So if you got a school and they got a whole bunch of applicants, they will, not necessarily, but there's a good chance they will kind of show a bit of favoritism to the ones with special needs, because if we can get those kids into our school, a budget will come with them. So they can make money out of a kid with special needs.
Right. And then use the money to serve cake.
Well, yeah. I mean, the reason being they have a budget is because additional support is needed for them, additional like one-to-one tutors or whatever. And I'm looking at like in my kid's circumstance, and I'm like looking at her one-to-one and the additional support staff. They're nice enough, they're nice, but it almost has a sort of work experience. I don't know if you guys have it over there, but like a work experience vibe. Like these are freshmen out of college here to do a bit of charitable work. They're in over their heads sort of thing.
I think because A&M is here and they have part of you going to get your education, you have to go donate some time or use it towards some. So they have, I mean, they never run out of student assistance. for all sorts of classes.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. Little newbies trying to break them in or something. Teacher's aides or something. I don't know.
I mean, you get the feeling that whatever situation a school finds themselves, the way it's structured and formulated, etc., how they go about their day-to-day, like kind of like business, they're all on thin ice. There's no reassurance. Well, that's the impression I'm getting, or the picture I'm seeing, where it's like there isn't a sense of security. Like I was saying earlier, like my faith, my ability to, I'm in despair. It's depressing. Yeah. I mean, there's no reassurance. There's no stability. There's no security.
Right.
It's all on. It's becoming more and more apparent that things are on a knife's edge.
Right.
And it's almost like amazing we've managed to get this far.
Right.
You know, because apparently they're under budgeted, they're understaffed, they haven't got the support they need or want.
Yeah, Bandit on our last stream, he mentioned something about how in the public sector, like big corporations, I'm going to put the school system under that. He said that they're still able to function with a way higher level of incompetence. Like versus a small, say it was like a small school, you know, that was private, like that they wouldn't be able to probably get away with half the shit that the public school is doing. Actually, I know that's true because the bureaucratic bullshit, all the compliances and stuff, are a lot harder on charter schools. Like what Pooping While Standing was saying. I mean, these people are always up their asses, and they're actually competing, so their standards are higher. Like something I really loved about my son's school is, I mean, just the students. You had to have a disciplinary record. If you had a bad kid, if you had a misbehaved kid, like he wasn't allowed to go there, or she. Like if your kid had a history of being an asshole at school, like they didn't want them there.
I'm sure there's some fudging of numbers going on, because it's like all these schools want to claim that their standards are high, they got a success rate or whatever,
Right.
like kudos to us kind of thing. But if that is the case, then why is it society's IQ is dropping?
Right.
How can you say things are getting are so much better now, and there I am having a meeting trying to work out what on earth are we going to do? It's like, have you got it figured out by now?
Well, you mentioned the emotion. Do you know all emotion? I was listening to one of Sam Beckman's videos while I was in Florida. Pretty much, long story short, it sounded like he was trying to say the societal level of neuroticism has, like, what's happened in the past 2 years, like the increase in mental illness and all that in the past 2 years since the pandemic is equal to the previous 10 years.
Right.
So, I mean, it sounds terrible, but it also makes me hopeful because I know it can be recorrected to go the other way too. It's just we need to get all the idiots the fuck out of the positions they have no business being in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's just the other sort of. It's like the Twilight Zone or something. The other, it's like this is meant. Sorry, I've got a bit of the hiccups now. Well, indigestion. Just finished my dinner. You would, I don't know. Maybe I'm being too biased or something, but you know, I approach this situation or the idea or the premise of having a consultation, a committee, a meeting, management with a level of, this isn't a joke. Like, it's to be a bit stern and serious, to pay attention, to be a fast learner. Because as a newbie, I'm trying to
Yeah.
like work out the structure and all these acronyms and policies and everything. So it's like, right, don't be twiddling my thumbs over here.
Yeah.
But then they're all kind of relaxed, like a social club, sipping on tea,
Right.
sharing biscuits amongst themselves.
Yeah.
Like fuck your biscuits,
Right.
douche. Like, you know, like you flip the
Right.
table almost to be like, fuck that. Like, come on,
Yeah. I think though that's also a symptom of women being in, like, again, places they don't fucking belong. I mean, women like to hang out, women like to socialize, you know, women like to, you know.
I felt like I had access to the elite club. It's like, wow, you guys got it good here. You got
Right.
catering, you got croissants, butter. It's like, oh, you know, just coming in. It's like, oh, would you like here's a plate for you, you know.
Right. Well, women like to cater and serve and
Right.
entertain and stuff.
So, I mean, you know, yes, like as a member, got treated very well. You know, but it makes you think, it's like, Jesus, what's happening to the people who really matter here? Oh, but Billy, we're the ones that matter really, because we're the ones having this meeting. It's like, no, fuck you and fuck that. You know, you got this all arse backwards.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I brought my own bubble gum.
Right. Mm. Well, your little monster is about what, halfway through school?
Yeah,
Roughly?
yeah. She's in the second half now, so but yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much bang on in the middle.
Yeah. Well, what's the deal with the prime minister thing? I don't follow politics because I'm a chick, but anything I should know about that?
Well, Liz Truss is out. She had a record of about 45 days in power or office. She resigned.
Why?
Because she's just a bloody mess. In
Wait,
her heyday,
wait. How did she get in there in that position to begin with? Was she
uh,
voted in?
voted in within.
Nominated?
Yeah, but this isn't like a public vote. This would have been a vote from within the Conservative Party. So amongst her peers, she was voted in
Okay.
within her
Okay.
political party. But the choices weren't exactly very good anyway. So whoever was going to get the position, we would have been messed up. But she won and was in control of the party. Now this was at the time when Queen Elizabeth passed away. So I think for the first 2 weeks of Liz Truss's prime minister term position in power at number 10, you can kind of like wipe off the first 2 weeks because you had the Queen's death taking place. So really, she's like, so 2 weeks out of 45 days. I mean, you know, you're looking at maybe 30 days where her policies, where she wanted to cut taxes, making all these promises, making some big, bold statements, and it was making the value of the pound just drop. The floor was just falling out of it. She has a chancellor. He's got a bit of a funny name. I can't even remember. He makes some terrible decisions as well. During this time, the banks had to bail. I don't know if it's the right phrase. They had to bail out because there was a risk to pensions. This is getting into financials, so someone who's a bit more savvy will be able to explain it better. But pensions were being at risk, so the banks bailed out the government. I think on 3 occasions. So we were that close to having the British economy completely and utterly just collapse, implode.
Hmm.
When the banks bailed out, they were saying like, look, we're going to buy these bonds no matter what it costs or whatever it takes. Sky's the limit, like unlimited. We're just going to do what's needed. And obviously, this can't just carry on indefinitely. So I think the third time it happened, the banks are like, look, we'll bail you out this last time, but what happens following, you're on your own. We can't keep doing it. Anyway, so to sort of the meat and potato is now that Liz Truss is, because she's caused all this craziness to happen here in the UK, she's basically resigned.
Hmm.
And now they're talking about, I think, so technically now, right now, as we speak, we don't have a prime minister, I don't think. And they're looking to try and encourage Boris Johnson to come back in.
What
And
they want? They
he's
want.
up for it.
Oh, so is this true? She gets £104 pension for life. Is that a year or
Mm-hmm.
104,000 pounds?
115, 115. Some say it's true. Some people say no, this isn't the case.
Yeah, that shouldn't be allowed. That shouldn't be allowed at all.
But this is
Outlaw.
bleeding out. I mean, if they get Boris Johnson back, it's not really going to stop the avalanche from happening.
Right.
Um,
Well, apparently Bandit was telling me that we only have like 20 something odd days left of diesel left in America.
right. I'm slowly starting to see the petrol prices going back up over here. I mean, that was one of the things that I think Truss. Oh, right. So one of her, just trying to remember now. So one of her policies, like, so we got energy bills going up, and the forecast was saying that people's, as a household, they could be looking at a energy bill upwards of £6,000 a month. Or is it? No, sorry, a year. Sorry, getting a bit carried away there.
Yeah.
£6,000 a year. So Liz Truss, during her time in power, said we're going to put an energy cap 2,500. So everyone was like, fantastic, this is marvelous. But now that she's out of office, that cap could be removed or whatever. So people now are looking at potentially having a £6,000 or more a year in their energy bills. But the realization that penny hasn't really dropped with people. People aren't panicking. They just carry, like, I'll go to the school in my small little universe bubble or whatever, and the mums, dads there are sort of like, oh, all chirpy, cheery. Oh, how was your weekend? Oh, you looking forward to Halloween? Oh, yes. What are you doing this weekend? Oh, we're gonna go visit blah 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 in whatever area. It's all like fun and games.
I wonder if they don't spend any time online or reading or paying attention to stuff, or maybe they think all the conspiracy theorists are just overreacting and our government will take care of us.
I think it's a bit of a mixture.
Yeah.
I think they might try to follow the news, but it's so scary or whatever that it's like, oh no, just say it isn't so. I'll pretend I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Or I'll keep my fingers crossed and hope for the best, and or it won't happen to me. It's like,
Right.
I'm the only like prepper I know of at the school.
Well,
Sorry?
fingers crossed ain't gonna cut it, right? That's the title of the stream.
Right. I mean, put your hopes and dreams on a butterfly and like pray it survives, but I don't think it's gonna get struck by lightning.
Yeah. Well, it's like these feminists that are all hanging out and hiding in that church after they got the After they split the church, all these conservative feminists that are like, ooh, we don't like these ABC people that we created. We're going to segregate ourselves now. They're praying for Jesus to come fix things.
Yeah.
These bitches were burning their bras in the 60s. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Pied Piper is coming for its payment kind of thing. It's all
Yeah.
fun and games until it actually starts to backfire, and then they still want to weasel their way out of it somehow.
Yeah, go hide. Yeah. They pray in private to their Lord and Savior and confess. I mean, they know that they're responsible for a big part of it. So they confess their sins to the Lord. They give it up to the Lord, and it makes them feel better about the situation, apparently. I'm like, why don't you go and take those confessions to the public and tell the women and the younger generations that you fucking fucked up and you guided them wrongly?
If they tell the Lord, they could be like, "Shh, Lord, it's just between you and me.
Right.
No one else needs to know."
They don't want to do that, though. They don't want to, yeah. They don't want to do the right thing. They just want to abdicate responsibility like every other fucking feminist in the history of forever.
Yeah, it's kind of like, but we're so used to moving the goalpost and getting what we want. Can't we just move it again and again?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like we've got the eco activists. They blockaded. Well, they don't really blockade, but they put cameras on the road for the school so that if you're driving there during the morning or afternoon when kids get picked up, you'll get a fine. So it's kind of like an invisible roadblock. There's nothing physically stopping you driving down the road, but you do so at your own. You get a parking ticket, or not infringement.
Yeah.
And this is because the air will be so much cleaner, and we can save lives along this small stretch of road. Think of all the deaths that we've avoided by doing this. It's like, how many deaths were you having before? I mean, I was already bitching and moaning about it because it's kind of like, so some sections of road, like so theoretically in the morning and afternoon, kids are walking in the road. So what are you teaching them? That you own the road, which is meant to be for vehicles, and this is going to somehow save their lives. You just put their lives in danger because, well, they don't see how it's harmful in any way. The idea is that we're saving lives because the traffic is just such a nuisance, and the at 1 minute it was like the smog pollution, then it's like, oh, but it's also so much better for our ears because there aren't traffic jams and cars honking their horns. And it's like, well, no, not on that stretch of road because you've closed it off, but you can still bloody hear the honking of the horns on the neighboring roads because you basically increase the traffic on those roads instead, and they're even harder to it becomes more bottlenecked or whatever. So it's not really succeeding in any way, and the air isn't exactly any purer. I don't feel like I've gained any years in, like, I can smell the grass from, I mean, I'm in the city, I smell trash. I mean, there's so much dog shit on the pavement.
Right.
But that, they don't care about that. It's punish the motor vehicle.
Yeah.
That's not enough, apparently. There is now a new survey. I don't know if my school are the ones who are instigating it, but they're in cahoots with it. They're all for it. They're trying to find yet more ways we can improve the climate issue surrounding the school because of the air quality or some bollocks like that. So what's next? I'm thinking, what? So respirators. Everyone goes to school wearing a oxygen tank, or what? It's going to get to a point. It's like, climate change is so bad that why do you even bother step outside if you're going to be a pussy about it?
Right. Well,
I'm getting my therapy at the moment. This is my
yeah. I thought it was therapy time for me too. I had to some stuff to get out. Well, so with you signing on there with your channel name, you think they'll find your channel?
Maybe. I don't particularly care if they do.
Yeah.
I was thinking of actually creating a secondary channel and only, focused on like the school issues or whatever,
Yeah.
and only handing that link out to the parents or the teachers.
Yes. Do it. Do
Like
it.
literally making videos directed to
For
like
them. Yeah.
for them, you know.
Yeah.
Um,
I'd support that 100%.
well, the thing is, I wouldn't be able to tell you about it, so
That's
uh,
fine.
I know
Uh,
you would, yeah,
I would support you and,
from afar kind of
from
thing.
afar. What did Black Wolf used to say? Feed with a long handled spoon or something?
Yeah,
Something like that.
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea.
It depends how riled up I get about it, because there's an
Well,
element where I'm just like,
just just being able to communicate with the people that also have children that go to that school. I mean,
yeah, but it's
I
a
feel like that should be
they
a
don't know.
given.
They
Like,
on the whole they don't really want to know. I mean, there's this one lady that I joke around with. She's elderly, but me and her we're a hoot. We're like comedy duo at the school because we're laughing at the cynical aspect. It's like, it's like, look at all these fucking idiots and morons and this clown. It's
yeah.
so
But those people are responsible for your child's education.
yeah.
I mean,
It's a it's a tricky one. In a way,
don't tell me you have learned helplessness when it comes to your child's education, Billy.
is it something like that, or is it a kind of um, it's some sort of contraction, like a grape shriveling up to become a prune. I don't know. Maybe it's like the turtle's head going back into its shell. I mean, I can kind of, I don't know
So
if I've got energy.
who's in charge of the outcome of this, though? That's what I'm saying. It should be the parents.
Well, yeah, and I'm sure the school will pass the buck and like
Mm-hmm.
blame the parents. At the meeting, I brought up like the internet usage was part of the agenda of discussion, but it wasn't actually brought up. But I did in our smaller breakout groups, I mentioned it. So, which was a bit weird because like, aren't you guys meant to be bringing this into conversation? So why is it me as a newbie bringing it up? But either way, yeah. And then I started to explain how crazy the kids are now with their devices and internet usage. Started
Mm-hmm.
mentioning like Squid Games,
Yeah.
and some of the reactions are like a little bit of shock horror. It's like,
Right.
I don't know if they were pretending to be naive to it, or it's like, come on, don't tell me you haven't noticed that the kids in the playground are literally talking like red light, green light. You
Mm-hmm.
know, it's like that's lifted from Squid Games.
Well, but no, it was a thing before Squid Games because Squid Games was all about
So,
children's games.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Well,
I played that when I was young. Like, it's already a thing.
yeah, well, that's I say that red light, green light thing from Squid Games is the game. What's the time, Mr. Wolf? I don't know if you had that over here.
Mm-mm.
So the wolf would be the one standing by the wall with the back turned, and people would say like, "What's the time, Mr.
Yeah, look
Wolf?"
at Johnny.
1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Then eventually it'd be like dinner time. So it's an adaptation from that game. But
Billy, can you monologue for a second? I have to pee.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah. But
I'm gonna
in
keep
terms
listening.
of the red light, green light, and the Squid Game version of it, yeah, I mean, it wasn't until Squid Game was aired that the kids were beginning to say that kind of stuff in the playground. I mean, and it's not just going red light, green light. I mean, they actually know the words like, well, the title of Squid Games. You know, my kid is like trying to look up Squid Games on YouTube, and I'm like, hell no to that. Um, and it's proliferated into other aspects. So, like, some of the kids might enjoy Minecraft or something, as an example. But the characters you can, you know, how you can customize your outfit or something, you know, your avatar. They'll start. Maybe I'll have to do one with my avatar, but there'll be like Squid Game, um, like nudging winks, you know, like references within other games or whatever. So, and it starts to spread amongst the children. Like, have you played? Like, my kids talking about Fortnite, and I'm like, no way, you're not playing Fortnite. I think that's on. Luckily for us, I think that's on like a Nintendo, so I don't think she would be able to. However, I wasn't able to protect her from roadblocks, and you know, it's all fun and games until it starts to get out of hand, which is my point basically. So, and kids are very impressionable, and they go with fashions and trends. Um, so, and obviously, like, it's kind of like it's out of the school's hands. They can't exactly stop people what they're doing at home. Um, but it just adds to the more dire situation of where society is going in the future, where you've got schools who are struggling to know how to navigate and continue and whatever doing their sort of thing, but you've got a whole bunch of parents who don't even care what's happening around them, and they don't even care what's happening with their own kids. So I just find it quite concerning.
Yeah. Yeah, I had some of that. I don't know. With Cam's circle of friends that he grew up with, all of us moms are pretty on top of stuff with the schools. Um, and it kind of sucks now because now he's at the age where, I mean, probably the last 5 years they've grown apart, and it's all been fucking political, which is bullshit. I mean, two of his friends that came from two-parent households were totally talking about this BLM shit, and you know, I mean, obviously it was a discussion in the household, and then it was put on the kid, and then it transferred to school. I mean, one girl that Cam knew since like fucking first grade was like, she sends him a message and she's like, "Hey, I need you to sign this petition," and he's like, "No." She's like, "No, you have to. What? You don't care about Black lives?" He's like, I don't give a shit about politics. Leave me alone."
Yeah.
But like they had a couple back and forth, and then she got triggered and like blocked him, and then I guess she came back a few months later and was like, "Hey, are you gonna apologize for blah blah blah?" He's like, "No," and then he blocked her. But he has two friends that he grew up with that their parents are all gung ho into that shit, and it's caused a rift between him and his fucking friends.
I see we got parents that come to the school and they're wearing their bathrobe and fuzzy slippers.
Mm.
It's like, fucking,
Yeah,
is that what
yeah,
yeah. And I get a bit, I don't know, maybe because I'm a single parent and I'm a guy and I've only got one kid, so I'm kind of like a little bit of a sort of perfectionist or high standards, or like, look, I don't want people fucking up with fucking around with my kid or trying to screw
yeah,
her over or something like that.
yeah.
and the other parents would be like, Billy, like, you need to take it easy, like, lighten up, you know. So when my kid starts, I'll collect my kid at the gate or in the school playground. You know, she sees me, I see her, I'll say, how's your day? And obviously she's so used to seeing me, I'm a constant in her life, that as soon as she basically comes over to me to hold her bag, and then she goes gallivanting off, and she starts hassling all the other parents. Like, have you got something for me? And these other parents, I mean, at first they're a bit like, who the hell is this kid? But they've
Right.
kind of gotten used to my kid just butting in. But lo and behold, the parents will be like, well, I do have a little snack for you. Here, you can have this, or you can have that, or here's. So my kid has learned this entitlement where she can, what have you got for me? You
Yeah.
know, and from people that she shouldn't, like, all right, honey, like, look, I brought you something. I'll give you something. But he's like, no, Dad. You might as well be saying, like, no, it's not coming from you. Isn't good enough. I need the special treatment from other people.
Yeah.
And they just, well, I mean,
Tell them to quit feeding the wild animals.
well, I go back up to her and I say, like, I'll say to her, but loud and, like, I'm semi-directing it to the parents. Like, I'll be
Right.
like, honey, stop pouncing food off people. You're gonna make it seem like I don't feed you, you know. But the parents are like, oh no, that's all right. It's all right. Don't worry. It's okay. And I'm just like, no, that's not the fucking point. Oh, you're encouraging this behavior, and I'm trying to wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Like, I'm not cool with this.
So tell them straight up, hey, stop. You're interfering with my parenting.
Yeah,
Billy. You have to be direct.
I need transparent communication.
Yes. Transparent communication.
Oh no, I'm a hypocrite.
Yeah. You're a hypocrite. Damn it. Damn it.
Yeah.
Well. Yeah, that's a tough one though, because she likes people.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, she goes up to all sorts of, like, quite a lot of the parent-friend relationships that I may have. It's actually, I suppose, I have to credit to my kid for doing it, for breaking the ice.
Yeah.
If ever I was going to be like a PUA or something like that, I'd have no problem.
There you go. There you go.
But yeah.
Well, trying to think. I have so many conversations that I'm lining up from people I met at the conference. It was really good. Had a lot of good conversations. I had to see almost all of the people I wanted to have actual conversations with. So
yeah, I imagine you have a lot of talking points and topics you probably will be covering in the near future.
yeah, just hearing a lot of people's stories, like how they ended up there.
Oh, I hope this isn't like the last time we'll be able to sort of have a little catch up, or the next catch up, will be in some distant future.
No. How's your channel going, by the way?
All right, I was going to do a stream tonight, but I didn't really. I was, when we were chatting earlier, I don't know if you heard me typing, but I was writing out a script, I suppose. I'm going to be doing a topic about co-parenting with a narcissist.
Yeah.
And hopefully that might help assist some people who are in that kind of situation.
Yeah. That's hard.
Yeah. It's doable.
Yeah.
And the thing is, there's so many variations that I have to kind of generalize as a topic. I can't really, unless someone was very they inform me of their particular situation. Like, how many kids are we talking about? What are the age ranges? Are they boys, girls? Are they mixed? Are we talking about how is the narcissist, the so-called alleged narcissist parent, in the household with you, or are you separated? Are two different homes? How far apart are those?
Oh,
Who has the custody of the children? You know, so there's so many like nitpicky or variables that well, the talk I'll be providing will be just a generalization, basically. Things to look out for in children, things to look out in terms of your own behaviors,
right,
then the narcissist's sort of mode of operandi, and what the reason why the narcissist has children in the first place, kind of thing.
right.
And what you can do to mitigate some of the damage that could happen. I don't think it'll be a very long stream. Hopefully not. I mean, I've been dragging out my streams a bit too long, I think. I've actually got a bunch of other topics to cover in a way. Well, I've always had a whole load of topics or subject matter to cover, but I don't know. I seem to be spending more time with my channel recently, at least in the last sort of month or so.
Yeah,
Which is a good thing, I guess. The Bleeding Edge Red Pill has been on hold for a long time now. I don't even know if it's going to continue. Like, I haven't had any updates. So that was one of the reasons why I decided, I guess, maybe without realizing it, to be like, well, maybe I should just start holding topics on my own channel.
yeah. I like your streams.
Well, thank you very much. I know the guys haven't particularly said this to me, but
Yeah,
because I know the guys like to talk sort of MGTOW and Red Pill.
yeah,
I'm trying to lean more into as a sort of narcissist type of channel,
yeah,
or self-reflection kind of thing.
yeah. Mental health,
Yeah, and
introspection, perhaps.
more sort of philosophical. So
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, I just got a comment I just saw from an hour ago. TNFS. Good to see you weren't chewing on your cud, GM. Calling people losers, Tony Bruno. This guy is a fake alpha. I can spot them a mile away. That's the shit that's just not fucking helpful.
there's a lot of talk about grifters lately, I've noticed,
I know.
and sort of like this person is illegitimate. Yeah,
Right,
they're a faker or something. I mean, it's kind of like
right,
a grifter is in a way, but
right. Because there's money involved.
right. But
Yeah,
it's also this sort of insinuation, where it's like it's just sort of this finger point of like, that person is fake.
right,
Ergo, I am the real deal. Sort of
right.
listen to me because that person is fake. And that might be the case, that might be true or whatever. But
But like this one specifically, I had quite a lengthy conversation. I thought we were on the same page.
right. I mean,
As far as what I'm doing, what I don't appreciate.
see, I mean that's
It pisses me off. So okay, I wanted to run this by you because
okay.
one of Richard Grannon's talks, he was talking about men, masculinity, that men need to go out and be physical and do the things and wrestle, rough and tumble, so, all that shit. Okay. And part of me got to thinking, like, is this kind of shit? Because guys like to fight. I mean, I know guys like to fight. They like to be physical. They like to, a lot of times after guys fight, they'll fucking be friends. Like, but it's like it's a thing for dudes, which I get. So I'm wondering if shit like this, because a lot of these people have fun doing this shit, and I'm wondering if maybe I'm just seeing it in a way where maybe I shouldn't be annoyed because maybe they're just having fun. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's a me problem. Maybe because I see this and it's like these guys enjoy doing this shit to each other.
Well,
I
you've
mean,
got
while they're doing this, I mean, because they can't be physical like men, because that's a physical thing. Online, it almost morphs into this really fucking toxically feminine shit, which I can't stand. Men being toxically feminine, I can't stand it.
yeah. I mean, once it starts getting onto like bickering,
Yeah,
then it's like old biddies at war, handbags at the ready.
yeah,
But in terms of like physicality of men, rough and tumble play, I mean, you got a social aspect there. It's like
right.
male bonding, even though you're at your fisticuffs with one another. You've got the physicality of the exercise itself. So I mean, some people will go to the gym to feel better, and others will fight to feel better. Um, and with that, you've got adrenaline, you've got dopamine, you've got all these other kind of hormones factoring in. So you can see on a emotional sort of, it makes you feel better. You've got a status, kind of your social positioning or whatever could be determined by how physically adept you are.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so this could help build a man's confidence. It could build his esteem. It could build his prowess. Um, and it's to some degree, it's good to have a skill in being able to be dominating at times, or to have the assertion, maybe through anger, through stress. It's not necessarily the best way, but when push comes to shove and you need to sort of activate beast mode, as it were, then
Mm-hmm.
it's good to be able to be in touch with that. So then your own capabilities. You learn a lot about your limitations and boundaries, because with the rough and tumble, you're not trying, especially when they're like young boys, you're not trying to literally break their arm and you want to hurt them. So you
Right.
have to learn how far can you beat someone up
Mm-hmm.
without actually beating them up.
Right.
Um, so it's a little bit of calibrating who you are with your body and understanding the limits and the threshold, how far you can take something before you're now stepping over the line.
Right.
So, I mean, you could argue that's more of a kind of socializing aspect, but
Right.
it all works in conjunction. So, on the whole, definitely, I mean, I'm a supporter of like rough and tumble and physical activity. I mean, I used to really enjoy wrestling, watching wrestling. I never actually did any.
Right.
MMA, boxing. I used to be a big fan of boxing. Um, but there's also, to throw it with the emotional aspect, it's also, and considering that a lot of guys in these spaces were coming from sort of traumatized emotional backgrounds, how much of exercise and combat sport, shall we say, I'll put it as that way, how
Mm-hmm.
much of that is in part to do with addictive qualities like obsession, or regulating the homostatus, is that the right way of putting it, making sure that their body is being is stabilizing the body, the mind and the body together.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another part of it as well with fighting. I was
Yeah.
talking to someone who actually does do cage fighting, and I asked him a question. I said, when you go in the cage and you feel energized or whatever, you're going to war, are you, when you look at your opponent, I think that's the question I said to him, what do you see? Do you see an opponent, opposition, or do you see yourself? And that kind of philosophical sort of like, when you go to fight, you're in a cage potentially with yourself. So a lot of fighting, a lot of exercise is not so much your target, it's the internal battle that maybe you can't necessarily process it inside your skull, but you project it out and externalize it in a way that you can then um, deal with this sort of struggle against you versus you. Because a lot of exercising, when they're pushing, and what they got a term, when you're pushing the limits or whatever, you're maxed out, but you do those extra reps. Though, well, not the only reason, but one of the like that kind of determination is like who's preventing you from doing it? It's it's your own hesitation in a way. So you have to fight yourself to push yourself beyond what you feel comfortable with.
Right. Well, my issue is with this fucking comment. Like, seeing that actually pissed me off because I feel like we were on the same page. Per our conversation we just had a couple days ago.
I don't know.
Like, I don't want him fucking attacking people on my channel. Like,
can there not be a situation where you're on the same page but you have disagreements?
I guess, but I feel like that's a boundary thing. I've already asked him to be respectful towards people that come on my channel. I don't care what they like. I try to explain the Discord thing. Like, he came in the Discord, he's like, "Oh, this person needs to go. This person, this is a." I'm like, dude, no. Like this is a free area. The people in here are adults. You know, if somebody wants to share something, they can share it. Everybody has a choice not to look at it or not.
Mm.
And he's talking about Shinobi's Discord. I'm like, no. There's people in my Discord that, that took part in fuckery on other Discords, but they don't do it here. And I think they don't do it here at a level of respect. So, like, I don't care what they do out there. Here's kind of a neutral ground. So,
Yeah, you get some of the guys, they try and stay neutral. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like, it's like picking sides.
But I already told him, like, this shit pisses me off, and I feel like he's pushing my buttons a little bit.
Well, maybe so.
I'm just gonna delete the comment.
It would be
because I'm not going to respond to it.
I mean, in the black community, there's quite a lot of talk about how they might bring up the issue of like infighting. So in response to it, they'll be like, "Hey guys, we need to stop this fighting, this in-house fighting. We need to be bros again. We need to be, like supporting each other and put all this beef aside or whatever." So in that kind of spirit of talk, like, I feel there's a pressure on those who want to maintain their neutrality. They're like, no, you can't be neutral. You have to pick a side. Like, don't you agree with me, or you're on that team or whatever. And and I don't think it's very nice or fair on those who wanted to maintain that position. And so, like, to bring those two parts together with the, I mean, it's not just the black community that is saying that we need to be working together as bros. I mean, even the white guys are saying it as well. Let's put all the in-house fighting aside.
Every single group has the same thing happening to it.
I mean, they're all saying this, and they're all saying the same thing. Like, why are we all fighting? It's like, so if we're all in agreement that we should all stop fighting, then why is it we're fighting then?
Everybody, yeah. That's why I'm wondering, like, because this is men, and I personally would like to see all the men getting along, because I see right now us in a culture war, So this is what the feminists want to see. They want to see the men going at each other. So every time I
Yeah.
see that, I'm like, wow, a feminist is rubbing it out somewhere and enjoying herself at this display. Like, this
Yeah.
shit pisses me off.
Well, I don't think I agree with you that the feminists are enjoying it,
Oh,
and
yeah.
they're paying close attention, and they're lurking in the shadows or ninja
Oh,
watching
yeah.
something.
Oh,
So
yeah. Oh, no.
they're looking for
No.
when they can jump in.
Funny story, Billy. Tony got emails from Zachariah like a few minutes after showing up in my chat yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah. He said he got multiple emails just from being in the chat and getting a wrench. He got multiple fucking emails from the psychos, the crazy bitches that psycho watch this channel. And it's the same exact thing that happened to MGTOW dudes that came over here.
Yeah. I mean, assertion of control and opportunistic sort of get in there quick, like strike while the iron is hot or something like that. Like
Right.
we must manipulate a mind, or we must plant the seed quickly early on, so that we can
But what TNFS missed, because he made that comment on the conversation I had with Tony, he probably completely disregarded everything you fucking said because he had this mindset. So he missed the part where Tony's like, yeah, and he said it twice. He's like, I've already gotten a lot of heat from even associating with you.
Well,
and this is the shit that TNFS was supposed to be working on. He's too busy trying to point out fake alphas and blah blah blah.
Yeah, I'll make a quick point, and then I'll make a bit more of a generalized point.
Okay.
Now, not just feminists, but anyone who's looking to manipulate someone will be in the shadows, waiting, and they're watching and observing. However, they don't necessarily have to be the sort of instigator. If we look more on the sort of psychodynamics, particularly like crowd psychology, where when as people are struggling more and more, so finding it harder and harder to navigate life, they're more and more confused, they don't know, they're more disorientated, they become more impulsive and emotional thinkers, and etc., then the aggression and confrontational aspects start to increase. So even if it's almost kind of like which came first, but even if feminists or manipulative people aren't on the scene, we'll probably still see in-house fighting and the come on, whose side are you on sort of taking place. So that'll be in existence regardless of whether or not feminist. But for the feminists, it's like a fly smelling shit. They sense disruption going on, and they hone in on it, and they go, look what's going on. It's in-house fighting. Great, we can amplify this and start pulling people's strings or whatever. But it's not a good sign overall, regardless of whether or not feminists or manipulative or predators basically are in the bushes waiting to pounce. It just shows more signs that despite there being MGTOW, despite there being a red pill, despite there being this whole philosophy thing that people want to talk about, and we should all self-reflect and we should all do the hard work and la-di-da-di-da kind of thing. Despite all of that, the people in these spaces are let's be honest, they and we and we're all sort of we're struggling to get to grips with what's going on.
Yeah.
And it's something that, well, it's either we take stock and actually like try and slow down. So the advice usually, if someone is finding themselves in a survivalistic kind of mode of impulsivity and emotional thinking, it's like, whoa, or panic attacking, is to be like, whoa, slow down, breathe, and and think on it. I heard something that was quite alarming. Someone was having a conversation about rage and anger, and I don't know if they were advised or if the comment was just made to them, or the suggestion that if one feels angry, they should act upon it while they're still angry.
Right. I heard that too.
So I was just like, that ain't good, man.
Yeah, not at
I,
all.
I can see how sometimes it might, if luckily it might work in your favor, but as a sort of rule of thumb, to just act as soon as you feel angry or allow your
Right.
anger to direct your decision
Right.
making
Right.
is not is precariously
That's when
poised.
things get all murdery and shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not good. Shit, maybe I should start doing that. I'll quit the list. No, that's the worst advice ever I've heard. Oh, and then the person talking about it agreed somewhat. That they didn't want to say no, which was
But that's
weird
one of the
too.
benefits. This is why it's good to sort of mull things over,
Yeah.
to allow it to be processed, to allow it to be integrated, to allow it to be considered,
Yeah.
evaluated,
Yeah.
explored, etc. You can't do that in the heat of the moment. You need time for that to happen. But if people are like streaming constantly and they're putting out content constantly, it's like, where's this time being allocated for self-reflection?
Mm-hmm.
If we're supposed to be MGTOWs or whatever that are trying to not just physically or financially, but we're supposed to be like philosophically and spiritually sort of improving ourselves, then um, where's the time being allocated?
Right. And that's my struggle with knowing men like to fight, men enjoy fighting, they have fun, they roast each other, they talk shit, all that shit. They like combat, they like to see what the other man's about, blah blah, all that stuff. And then I see a lot of stupid shit that seems to be a waste of time, that seems to be an ideological like focus, that seems to come from maybe some resentment themselves that they might be feeling like that there's people that spend a lot of time there that I don't think is helpful, because
Yeah.
at the end of the day that they don't care about being friends with that person, they resent that person, so they don't want to get along, they don't see how
Yeah.
much they have in common.
So sometimes it's that kind of, I'm not saying this is in every situation, but that choice of doing what's easy and what's hard and what's needed ASAP. So there's a bias towards taking the. It's like, why do what's hard in life if you can kind of shortcut it, or
Right.
if you can have a distraction? So if I can get myself involved in some kind of drama, then I've got a distraction from having to deal with myself.
Right.
It works in the short term,
Mm-hmm.
but this is, we should be looking at the long game here, the long term sort of strategy.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if this is how you're
That
going to go about things, then you're going to be continually getting yourself involved and dropped to distract you from the other distractions, from the other kind of, it's just a self-defeating
yeah.
spiral.
Yeah. Bandit said the only, and I mean only, way you can come together is through joining up to attack a bigger enemy or focusing on the common ground. See? And I feel like men should have the capacity to do that, or the ability to do that, right? In this culture war, the big enemy being feminism. I
Well,
mean, most of these men know
you got to be
what the
careful.
problem is.
You got to be careful that you don't become this sort of tyrannical force. On on the whole, there'll be more of them than there are of you, because they're trying to shortcut their way through life, and they haven't developed past the emotional. It's almost like the emotional way of thinking is a default setting. So we all got that skill. no problem, every single
Right.
one of us.
Right.
But taking that further into like critical or logical thinking, this day and age is becoming more rare and a gift almost. It shouldn't be like that, but sadly, and that's like to be more mature in thinking as well.
Yeah.
So there'll always be more immature people or more, you know, emotionally based people than there will be the more rational or what we would like to think of as rational. So you're at a disadvantage there when it comes to grouping up. But if you do happen to group up en masse, so much so that you're actually bigger than the emotional thinkers, then it's almost like, so who's bullying who here? There's an argument when it comes, if I take it into like a narcissistic conversation,
Mm-hmm.
there's this phrase where it's like the only person who can beat a narcissist is a narcissist. So if you were to go sort of toe to toe or combat this narcissist, basically what it's saying is that you would have to become a narcissist.
I thought a psychopath beat narcissist.
Well, I don't think a narcissist would like to go up against a psychopath.
No, they're afraid. They're
But
afraid of psychopaths.
yeah,
Yeah.
but in terms of in a competition aspect, I mean, they might sort of, if they've got the wherewithal, they might be like, well, this isn't a fair fight. I'm fighting against a psychopath, so no wonder I lost. It's not fair. I'm victim.
That
But
doesn't matter. It's just that they lose. That's all that matters.
but in terms of, at least what I'm saying here anyway. So in terms of my argument, where it's like narcissist versus narcissist, who will win? It will be the bigger narcissist.
Right.
But if you're someone who's supposedly meant to be a good guy, like you're an empath or something or whatever, you got morals and ethics and all this.
Mm-hmm.
How does that work into this combat sport? It would mean that you would have to be a narcissist in such a way, or you would have to utilize the narcissistic tactics and manipulations and all this, but not do so in a way that the narcissist would be doing it, if that makes sense. So you wouldn't. So you may indeed gaslight. You may indeed future fake. You may indeed have used denial and all these other sort of strategies, but you wouldn't necessarily be doing it because you want to abuse the other person. And hopefully you wouldn't have lost your humanity in the process. So
A sociopath.
It's almost like, it's over you Star Wars, it would almost be like embracing the dark side but somehow still remaining a Jedi.
Yeah. See, I don't know, Johnny. Have you ever read Alice Miller? I feel like, man, it's been a while about sociopathy. I don't know if they're neurotypical. I don't know. I feel like a lot of this shit is bullshit. I feel like a lot of competent, just normal fucking men. I feel like the psychology field has used that to demonize a lot of men, calling them narcissists when they're actually just normal people with fucking boundaries.
I mean, but going back to Bandit's point about like you amassing a bigger gang to take out the troublemakers or whatever. I mean, at that point, I'd be like, what would be the need, really? If you did manage to have more logically rational, sensible, mature minds, being the masses, the bigger population, then why even need to? You wouldn't even need to bother go after the immature, emotional thinkers. Just leave them be, and they'll basically suffocate themselves into oblivion.
Yeah. No. I mean, I don't think it would take a larger number, though. I
Well,
think what.
that's the sort of, yeah. I mean, it doesn't. Yeah, an army of one. You basically say, look, fuck this. I'm not gonna play these games. I withdraw my participation. I withdraw my attention. I withdraw my consent and go your own way, and then basically you're unattainable. They can't get to you. They can't get their claws into you. You leave them be. But the problem, I think, what maybe Bandit is, um, it's not so much whether or not a individual is able to maintain their boundaries and sense of self. It's the more blue pilled, the helpless sort of potential victims who are on the menu for the predators. That maybe he's, I don't know, maybe Bandit could clarify. Because obviously it's not nice when there's people that you love and care for, and you see them getting pulled into toxic relationships or getting preyed upon. Um,
Hmm.
well, you say you can't fix people in denial. The thing is, it's up to smart people who plan for things, and when shit hits the fan, these people get nothing.
Yeah.
When people are in denial, they don't want to have to think. It's like that they become
Right.
pig-headed, stubborn, um, thick-skulled, or whatever. So if you're able to get them to start to explain themselves and to justify or reason out why they believe in such a thing, there's a slither of chance, and nothing to get your hopes up too much, but at that, technically they would be exercising a bit of critical thinking. They're having to
Right.
actually uh, deliberate, like, why is it I do think this way? Whether or not they're going to change their mind or double down is a follow-up problem or question.
Well, I'm going to tell him one last time, one final time, and maybe I need to say it in a different way. To stop fucking attacking people on my channel. Like, I don't care what you do on your channel. On my channel, you will be fucking respectful to other people on the channel. How hard is that?
Yeah, I think sometimes maybe it's because of a result of poor. So when we talk about boundaries, I don't know what this is something I want to bring up as a topic, but I'll mention it here. Like I believe most times people feel as though it's like a shell, like boundaries is some sort of force field that kind of surrounds you. But I suspect there are internal boundaries as well, where, as such, you can, like, if I use you, good mother, as an example, it's like I could either, I could see the multifacets of who you are. Like I could see you as a person, as a woman, as a mother, as a cat owner, because you've got your cat behind you, and then I can see your crazy bitch boot camp sort of ambitions, and your attitudes towards feminism, your attitudes towards institutions. So I
Yep.
can see there's more to you than just a name. However, if you've got someone who has trouble seeing boundaries or understanding boundaries,
Right.
they might take that information and only see, like, they might only see the anti-feminist part, and they think that this is basically who you are.
Right.
Never mind that you're a cat owner. Never mind you've got fishes. Never mind that you're a woman. Never mind that you're a mother. You're just basically an anti-feminist. And it's a very low resolution way of looking at
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
And that goes in with the arguments of survivalistic mode, because if you're trying to
Right.
scan and assess your danger, you have to jump to conclusions. You can't be like
Yeah.
wondering if what their hobbies and interests are, or what their favorite music is. I mean, it's like, thinking about that will get you killed. So it's just like, no, this is enemy, this is not, or this is friend, this is foe. So if we were able to, this is how you could have a conservative person being friends with a socialist, for example, because yes, they might disagree on their politics, but it doesn't mean they can't be friends. They can still have interactions and, you know, catch a laugh or something like that with each other. So as long as people
Yeah.
can differentiate and knowingly like be like, look, we disagree on, like, you like hip hop and I like heavy metal. Look, we disagree. So as long as we don't talk about music, well, then there's no reason why we can't have a conversation. But if you're adamant that it's like, well, I'm gonna make that the reason why I don't have a conversation with you, is because you like hip hop or whichever it is I said, or heavy metal, then that's kind of weak, you know.
Yeah.
It's like just disregarding someone because their either their politics or their interest or whatever it is doesn't align with your own. But I can understand and I can appreciate it could be hard for people. It shows more of the emotional investment or the emotional driving forces. Like I'm not gonna be friends with you because uh, you got an interest or whatever in something that I don't like. So you're a write-off to me. There's nothing good about you because this is what borderline does when
Right?
they devalue. You go from being an idolized image, a picture, a photograph, like an angel, to now you are the devil. There's nothing, everything. Forget any good things that you've done for me in the past. I can't even remember any of the good things. It's better saying that you've never done it. You know, they're like matter of factly, sort of like, no, because how can you possibly do anything good when in my mind you are the epitome of the devil? It's like, whoa.
Right.
Yesterday
Right.
I was your favorite. Now I'm the
Right.
devil.
Now you're the devil because you disagree on one fucking thing. Yeah.
Yes, I see Bandit left a comment about if you like rap and I like metal, why can't we talk about common ground like Anthrax and Public Enemy? Building common ground.
Yeah.
Yes. It's well, that's the thing. It's like the differences shouldn't necessarily be attacked. We can learn things from both sides and bring them together to create. Ooh, I learned a new word. I think it's called sublation. I think that's when you bring like thesis with antithesis together to create a sublation, a common understanding.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I have any more updates. Next year, I'm bringing Cam to that convention. It's gonna be fun. He's gonna love it. Oh, he sent me because he goes off and he finds his own little podcast that he follows. I shared it in the Discord, but let me see. I haven't shared it in the community tab yet. I guess he's an actor. Both of them are actors.
Yeah, I hadn't.
But yeah, Shia LaBeouf. But
Yeah.
this other guy, John Bernthal, I think he was on Walking Dead, maybe.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. And I think he's the Punisher, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the Punisher. Yeah, so he has a podcast that Cam's been following for a while. And I haven't finished it yet, but it has a lot of good stuff in it. Lots of good stuff. And then there was this one part where he was talking about his dad and how he depicted his dad. And I don't know, Shia LaBeouf is just going through so much confessing of douchebaggery. Pretty much. Like he said, but the part about his dad was really interesting because he lied about his dad. And I guess there's a movie that depicts his dad as being this abuser, and he's like, and he wasn't. He like spanked me once, but I over exaggerated and I made it to this big thing. And like he was able to repair his relationship with his father. But I'm wondering how much feminist fucking motivation and coercion went into him not liking his dad and like lying about his dad. And I wonder how much brainwashing is there. I mean, I can tell just from a few things he said during this podcast that like feminist dogma. So I'm like, ooh, there's some in there. But he talked a lot about masculinity. And here, I'm going to drop the link too for this because it's really good so far. Talking about spirituality and just life stuff, getting sober, reconnecting with his dad. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. It's just sad. I mean, he's trying to, because I guess from what he says, there's a lot of people that just won't even talk to him. So Hollywood, I guess, turned its back on him after all that. But he's being super honest, super legit in this. Can find some gems every now and then. This is the kind of shit he listens to. He's on his own little spiritual journey. Yeah, he went out last night. He was telling me about it today. Oh man. He he went out to this party, right, with this guy he used to work with. And he went kind of as like a networking thing. And he was complaining about how every single person there was into like instant gratification and this and that. I mean, he got like 4 tattoo appointments out of just going there. But yeah. He's like, Mom, every chick that was there with a dude, and every single fucking one of them hit on me.
I was going to say, like, their instant gratification is your son's gratification.
Exactly. he might be capitalizing, but no, these dudes like have tattoos and stuff. But
their women were hitting on your son though.
Yeah, every single one of them. He's like, because we were talking about this new job he's about to start. He's about to like hit the grind and put away some serious money, and it's at doing some kind of machine thing. And I was like, be careful that you like don't lose, get one of your hands stuck in a machine. They might pay out really nice for that.
Have you heard? Do you follow wrestling at all?
No.
Do you know who Randy Orton is?
No.
Oh, okay. There's those who does. There's a copyright potential where wrestlers like to get tattoos, right? And they've got computer games and things and merchandise, toys or whatever. Mm-hmm. So the tattoo artist that done Randy Orton's artwork is suing WWE for copyright infringement. So every time you see Randy Orton in a computer game with his tattoos, they're supposed to ask permission from the artist that did those tattoos.
What? That's stupid.
Apparently, this is what's happening, and I think it's a case that's still ongoing at the moment. But depending on what happens, this could be a big problem for the. Look how many wrestlers are tattooed.
No. There should be like that person should own that tattoo because they paid for it.
Well, that's the thing. You would think because it's on that body,
Yeah.
whoever's body,
Whose
it
body
belongs-
and who
it
paid
belongs to.
for it.
Well,
Yeah.
apparently not quite so.
What?
It's the artwork of the tattoo artist. It's their work that's being.
But
The body is a I've forgotten. Maybe I can find the link and I'll drop it. They might explain it better than how I am.
okay. So in the art world, I might have to ask Arthur this later. In the art world, if you buy a piece of art, are you not allowed to then sell it for whatever you want? Is that not a thing?
I don't know. I'm just regurgitating the information I heard.
It sounds like somebody's so happy for no damn good reason.
Well, that's probably more likely what is going on. Is that the tattoo artist is like, aha, ching ching, I see an opportunity here.
Right. Is the tattoo artist a chick?
I don't know. But you know how it is with tattoos, like especially from a distance. I mean, it's like I can't. What is that exactly? I know you've got some ink done, but I can't exactly tell what it is from afar.
Right.
If anyone's interested without me having to find a link, if you type in the words like Randy Orton tattoo, I don't know, problem for WWE, something like, or tattoo copyright, Randy Orton, maybe that will bring up something in the right direction. Oh, well, there you go. It says they lost.
Who lost? Did the tattoo place lost?
Yeah, I'm guessing by it's inferring that the tattoo artist has lost. Well, I suppose it could mean either way, really. Doesn't say who exactly.
Doubt. The wrestling editorial that reminds you that the real apex predators are the lawyers.
Right?
In the description there, the first line says
a couple years back, I spoke about an ongoing
4-year lawsuit. I didn't realize it was going on for 4 years.
Visual Concepts and Ukes officially lost the lawsuit filed against them over Randy Orton's details. Well, good. The tattoo guy needs to lose. That's bullshit. Well, can we say justice was served? Yeah, see this shit? Come on. I wrote him. We'll see what he says.
Bringing that back to your trial, it's a bit confusing why that was cancelled then.
I have no idea. None. I think he's more focused on calling out the frauds than actually dealing with injustices like he claims. I don't know. I mean, he said he started his channel because of false accusations and the shit that happened at his work. So he wants to help men in that department.
There's, I feel he comes from a little bit like a similar background to me, like how I came into the manosphere is originally from the narcissist community, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, his name has Narc File, the Narc File show. So I can relate to him a little bit in that sense. But if this is the case, he should be aware that calling out the narcissist is never a good idea. And I mean, there's many reasons, and it works. It works against you in the end, really. And so, to cut it a bit short, the best advice or whatever, or the best way of continuing forward, is just simply not to acknowledge, not to call out the narcissist, just to leave them be, basically, because the narcissist does a fantastic job of exposing themselves all in due time. In fact, you trying to expose the narcissist is actually providing a cover. You're protecting the narcissist by you trying to expose. And it sounds a bit sort of well, it is counterintuitive, but it sounds a bit, unless you explain why your witch hunt, you wanting to expose actually, because I might as well explain it. I've already sort of started.
Okay, monologue. I'll be right back.
All right, come back in half an hour. So imagine what you're doing. You've got your megaphone. You're preaching to the choir. You're saying, "Hey, everyone, look, we've got a narcissist in our midst, or whatever." And everyone get your pitchfork, and everyone, get up in arms about it. Well, what is the narcissist going to do in this situation? They're going to play innocent. They're going to play dumb, and they're going to play victim. So very quickly, you'll be the one that's framed as the narcissist, because there you are on this, what they'll call a hate campaign, and you're trying to slander them. You're trying to smear campaign. You're getting other people involved, and so without you maybe realizing, or you doing it not indirectly, inadvertently, what you're doing is you're setting up the narcissist with alibis and woe is me victim cards and sympathy, and you're positioning yourself as the aggressor. So while you're spending time and energy and your emotional frustration in trying to prove this person is a narcissist, they're easily irritating you because you're not getting your way, and from your perspective, it almost seems like the narcissist is getting away with murder. It's only because you're the obstacle from that discovery from happening. So a narcissist would enjoy being called out, because look, you see how it's a gift that keeps on giving in a way. They've got you emotionally riled up. They've got you irritated. You're giving the narcissist attention. Doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. You're shooting yourself in the foot. The narcissist is got a way out. They're gaining new supporters in the form of sympathy, and so on. So trying to expose the narcissist backfires ultimately, and you end up helping the narcissist out. This is the narcissist is a master liar and blame shifter, and gaslighter and things like that. So there's no way really that you're going to be able to expose them. I mean, part of that definition in a way of narcissism is to never ever be accountable, that you cannot pin the tail on this donkey. They are impervious to it. So you're only going to end up sticking that pin in yourself, basically. Otherwise there'd be a crap nut that the function of the narcissism for this person would be failing them. They are a narcissist in order for that self-protection. So there's no way that you're going to be able to break them down or expose them. They will spin it, and there's many ways they can spin the narrative so that they are victorious in some shape or form, and you will not be. So that's why, going back to the earlier part of the conversation we were having with Good Mother, where it's like the only person who can really defeat a narcissist is another narcissist. And even then, I mean, really, truly, the only person who really beats a narcissist is themselves through this self-destructive behavior. And the way that is achieved is by walking away. So any interaction, any participation, any energy that's being directed towards them is sparing them from their own dysfunctional self-destruction. So if you really want to expose a narcissist, that means the best way of doing it is to back off and leave them be, as irritating and frustrating as that might be. But in doing so, the narcissist, now on their own, in a way isolated, will have to expose themselves in order to extract the fuel that they so desperately need. And then it becomes evident to everyone else what they're up to, because hello, who have we got here? We've got someone who is trying to get something from us. Yeah. So that desperation of getting this fuel exposes them. You know, it's like this is my vagina, hear it roar. Those are words of a narcissist. Basically, I'm not getting enough attention, hear me scream. I will scream until you pay attention. And obviously, if you're dedicating your life in trying to expose the narcissist, then you're neglecting your own life in the process. You're putting the narcissist above yourself. So the narcissist gets to laugh like even more.
Hold on, Billy. Did you just say, "Here's my this is my vagina, hear me roar"?
Yes.
That's funny.
So ignore.
Shout out to the feminists.
Ignore the vagina, basically.
Ignore
as soon
it.
as you look at that vagina, then you're in danger.
Right.
That's what they want. They roar so that hey, pay attention to my vagina. Hear it, you know. First of all, hear me, rah. So okay, you turn your head to look where this noise is coming from, and it's like, ta-da! Oh my god, it's coming from the bat cave. Yeah.
Yeah. I just nothing online really pisses me off more than seeing the guys fighting each other. So I feel like it's been established that this is a sword fight free zone. Like, my channel isn't to be used for sword fighting. Like, this is a place for discussions.
Yeah, it gets. I mean, there's an argument that could be made where it's like, look, I'm just trying to give people a heads up so that they might not have the awareness of who they're dealing with is really a wolf in sheep clothing, or a trickster, or con artist. But
I feel like there's certain people that maybe don't trust my ability to see through bullshit. And if I say I support somebody for reasons that they're valid, I don't need. I mean, I understand the guys all have history in the manosphere. They've all had their reasons why they don't fucking like each other or whatever. But I don't have that emotional attachment to any of it. So I feel like I'm the most objective in this scenario.
Sometimes that could give the appearance of because that makes you sort of out of the ordinary. It's not a really good sign, because it's implying that what is ordinary is someone who is emotionally erratic. So when they see someone who is calm-headed, cool-headed, or exercising more critical or logical thinking, it unsettles them. So they're a bit like, I'm not sure. This isn't what I'm used to dealing with or seeing in other people.
Which sucks. Billy.
Yeah. So the calmer, more collected you are, triggers the other person's insecurities.
Mm-hmm.
Makes them wonder, like, why is it I'm not like that? You know. makes you look more sort of psychopathic because it makes you appear as though you're more calculating.
No,
But
no.
that's not really, that's
I
a distorted perception.
according to Johnny, I don't hallucinate, so I think I would fall in the sociopathic category, which doesn't
But
really line up with the sociopathic type
no,
of
'cause, yeah, I
stuff that
mean,
I've read.
the
But
more cool-headed, calculating type is the psychopath. But this is distorted perceptions that
Right.
are making these maybe not necessarily a diagnosis, but these what they believe to be character traits, or so instead of seeing, like, as the example we're using, instead of seeing someone who is just basically trying to be down to earth or realistic, instead, oh no, what I'm dealing with is someone who is plotting and scheming, and the imagination side of things start to get carried away,
Right.
and then they don't want to feel like we throw in a bit of denial. They don't want to feel like they are wrong with their verdict or decision, that they haven't got part of this vulnerability is the not wanting to acknowledge that there might be blind spots. People like to think they can see everything and they know everything what's going on.
Right.
So in part, this is why they're so hypersensitive and they trust their intuition and their gut before they even trust their own brain. I mean, and they think that that's a good statement to be saying to someone.
Right.
It's like, so what's the point of you having a brain then? You're
Right.
telling me that your brain is actually the problem here, and we should all be just going with our intuition. Your gut instinct is right on the money. I mean, isn't it your gut instinct that got you into trouble in the first place?
Right.
Because
Hold
you
on.
weren't using your brain, and here you
Right.
are saying that, oh no, I'm going to carry on using my instinct. It's never wrong. The amount of times I hear people say that, oh, my instincts are never wrong, and it's like,
Right.
really? Like,
Hold on 1 second, Billy.
Woody Johnson, Tony Bruno.
That's for Woody Johnson. I don't have a proper clip, but it was funny. Woody last night. What did he say? I was his imam. I'm like the imam.
I'm sorry, I think I missed that. Who said that?
Woody Johnson.
Oh, Woody Johnson.
Hello, Woody. Yeah, I just maybe I should have a couple people on standby. When this happens, just be like, go talk to Billy and see, or go talk to Bullets and see how, how easily I am to be persuaded to turn against another person I've already deemed as cool. Like, you see how well that's worked out in the past. I don't know. I just see a lot of emotions, a lot of hurt feelings, a lot of things that have happened that I have not been a part of and I don't know about. And I can understand why our society has been progressively getting worse for men. Men have been reacting out of instinct and impulse and survival, like you said. And a lot of men have fucked each other over in the past, especially like in the manosphere. There's been men that have done things in the past that haven't been so fucking honorable. So
this is why it's like more traditionally, it used to be the case where basically your actions would formulate your reputation. So
yes.
it almost doesn't really matter what you say, because from a track record, you'll be able to gauge a person's character, their personality, what they're like. You might not even have met the person. I mean, in a way, this is what a job application is like. You're trying to get a sense of what this person is like without even having met them. But that's not really the case anymore, where because there's so much of these dynamics that creates all the, I think it's underestimated how distorted people's perceptions are now,
Mm-hmm.
because it's quite a frightening prospect to acknowledge, to have that kind of self-doubt where it's like you mean I saw this all wrong and I was actually, like, that's quite a
Right.
humbling admission to make.
Right.
You mean I was like I took one small thing and I made a mountain out of a molehill and it led me off a cliff, so. And not only is it humbling, but it's actually quite a frightening one, because it's implying that. So if I was wrong about that, what else? What on earth am I right about? Like, how badly wrong am I? Well,
Right.
what planet is this? Is it even round? Oh, no wonder.
Well,
It's flat. Ah,
but I get that. I mean, that's the same kind of your world turning upside down at like the end of a marriage. Like, say you find out some shit and it's over, and the person that you're with, isn't at all who you thought they were, and your fucking life turns upside down. You're like, wow, if I could be so fucking wrong about this, what else am I wrong about? I mean, you take a trip into the fucking underworld where everything, like, you have to reorientate yourself completely.
I think that realization is multi-layered.
Yeah.
I'm finding it more and more so. I see that in the narcissist community, where so the world flips upside down, the relationship busts, breaks apart, and the preliminary education or the realization of what's happened, what's transpired, is already fantastic. Kind of like, oh, you mean I was dealing with a predator and I'm the victim? It wasn't my fault, and I did everything, generally speaking, right, kind of thing. And oh, you mean I'm suffering from a low self-esteem? So that's like level one, I suppose, of awareness. But after a while, you start stepping into like a deeper level where you realize, because initially you think, you mean this is all the narcissist doing, and I've been under some sort of spell, and
Right.
it's not them that's the victim, but really I've been the victim and I'm traumatized.
Right.
But then you learn further down that you had a part to play in it, that it's not entirely the narcissist's fault, that if you take some of the blame in terms of your neglect of diligence, or your wishful thinking, or that you are also in part as emotionally damaged as the narcissist because you wanted to participate in this shared psychosis, then you start having this sort of, some people get a bit scared because they start thinking, so who's more fucked in the head here? Is it the narcissist or is it me? Because when you
Mm-hmm.
start breaking down, like, so what's the whole reason why people become narcissists? It's because this is a survival strategy and it works very well in desperate times of need. So you can see the pragmatics of why a person becomes narcissistic is terms of survival. But then if you ask that sort of question, like, so why is it you're emotionally damaged as well then? Is it because, and you're not, and supposedly you're not a narcissist, so what's your excuse? And then you realize, well, there's a lot more going on in a way with why I got wrapped up with a narcissist. It's because of all these other different variables. So that can be quite daunting for the survivor, because they thought, after level one of realization, they thought basically, oh, this is cut and dry. This is all I need to know. It's like, no, that's only the beginning of your road to recovery. You haven't even started the grieving process yet.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind self-discovery, never mind rebuilding your self-esteem and your identity from nothing, and never mind
Right.
trying to alter your behavioral patterns, like cognitive therapy, behavioral therapy, and how you mentally process things. So there's a lot of work yet to come, and a lot of education as well with that. So that sort of second epiphany, that shit, you might be out of danger, but you're not out of the woods. Hopefully that leads into like a third kind of level where there's more honesty and you realize things perhaps like that many of the characteristics of a narcissist you also possess because you've been raised in such a way. Like if you say, a lot of people will either think, well, I've been dealing with a narcissist, so they eventually accept the idea of, oh, I must be a codependent. It's like, okay, that's wonderful. Yes, you have codependency issues, right? Do you realize that both the codependent and the narcissist are transactionally based? Their love style is transactional based, so you have no idea what love is, just like a narcissist is aware. So the spookiness of or the idea that, you mean, could I be the narcissist? What if I'm a narcissist as well? That kind of comes back as like a haunted apprehension or whatever, apparition, because you realize that you and the narcissist aren't really that far apart, and then you have to decide, so what on earth is it that really makes me different to them? Am I actually any better? And eventually you come to the kind of realization, hopefully, it's like, well, we're all just basically fucked, and never mind trying. It's not about healing yourself 100% and being some kind of super empath. It's about basically being good enough, and being able to enjoy life and have appreciation and gratitude. And that's really what towards us in the later stages of the sort of healing recovery journey. And it's all difficult and it's hard work all the way through, basically. But the general point I'm making is the varying levels or degree of awareness, where I think until you actually enter those stages, you don't even know they exist. So whatever stage you're in, and it's fair to say, it's no fault of whoever, but it's such a relief to have an epiphany or realization. You think, oh, I know, I'm now so-called red-pilled. It's like, really? You think you are red-pilled?
Mm-hmm.
And the amount of times it just seems like a sugar coating of red pill. You're in your core, you're actually very blue-pilled. You've got a red pill exterior, and I can see why from an appearance you might seem like you're a critical thinker, but look how you emotionally behave.
Mm-hmm.
That's not critical. There's no like critical backdrop behind what you're doing here. It's your. So I don't know if this is like, so you're a purple pill or something, but and you can factor in parts of, like, could it be the ego's preferred way of seeing yourself? So you big yourself up. You like to think of yourself as uber duper red pill, stoic red pill, super galactic red pill, but this is a distorted self-perception view, an illusion, or a delusion, and you wishing you were greater than you actually are, because to acknowledge that, maybe, yes, you might have had a bit of insight into red pill, but really, no, you're still fundamentally blue pill in that sense, anyway. Because then, if you were blue pill, you wouldn't be part of the red pill club. And, it's like, oh no, I don't want to be blue pill like the NPCs.
Right.
Spit on them kind of thing. It's like, really, you want to put them down
Right.
so that you can put yourself up?
Right.
And then when we test your vigor, how red pill you are, it doesn't seem like you're all that. I mean, depends what your definition of red pill is, I suppose.
Right. Right. Yeah, that's something. What is it? Wednesday? I'm gonna have John on. He picked for a title. The red pill should be a semester, not a degree. I think he's gonna talk about some of that kind of stuff.
It does. I would agree. It does need something that needs attending to in a maintenance kind of fashion. You can't just be like, look, I got the red pill certificate and that's the end of it.
Right.
You know, if you neglect it,
Oh, so
you'll
you're saying
slip.
there should be continuing education courses as well?
Yeah, it needs maintenance. Just like your esteem, just like your boundaries, just like your relationships. You can't take things for granted. You can't take being red pill, even if you were blessed with all the critical thinking in the world. You can't let that go to your head and be like, "That's the end of it. I don't need to do any more critical thinking going forwards. I got the T-shirt and I got the certificate and I'm good." It's like, yeah, watch how long that's gonna last.
Yeah.
You become complacent. You start becoming neglectful.
Yeah.
And you won't realize if you were neglectful, complacent and neglectful, and oblivious to it. You won't realize you'll continue to think you're at the top of your game, but you know you will deteriorate gradually. That's why probably you won't notice it happening because it's a slow, gradual decline.
Yeah. JR, Primo will be Monday. So, no, I don't think it is. I haven't gotten a straight answer. I know he hit it, so I don't really know what's going on there. So I planned on it being yesterday. I didn't see anything. I don't know. But
We want sacrifice.
yeah. Well, that's something Tony asked me yesterday. Did you watch the conversation with Tony and Frank?
I only saw a glimpse, maybe
Okay.
5-10 minutes, but I'm not nowhere near long enough.
They asked me what my secret is for how did he word it? Something about staying emotionally grounded during confrontation. I don't know. All I could think of was practice discipline. I guess I've practiced a lot online. I guess I could have said like maybe something about my emotional support network, maybe. Like because I rely on a lot of people that I check in with at various times. Like you, for instance, are one of those people. Like if I ever doubt myself, I'll be like, "Hey, Billy, will you have a look at this and see, if I maybe handled that appropriately, if there's something I could have done better." But I feel like that's a part of my personal accountability that I reach out to you guys and do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna pretend like I know your methods and ways of keeping a cool, calm, collected head. I mean, that's
Right.
for you to really answer. I mean, you're here right now. You could explain yourself. But what I can say as an observation is, given the time I've known you, I mean, you've got experience as well. So this isn't like day one of these interactions with people who are very animated, shall we say?
Crazy
So,
bitches.
yeah, I mean, and I suspect that once a person is able to establish that, once they've had their eye opened to what's going on, it tends to stay open.
Yeah.
So once you see through the facade, they can't fool you with the same trick anymore. It's lost its magic.
Right.
And the experience, the next time you encounter it and have a new experience, you see you're seeing through the veil is even quicker, and it just bolsters this kind of like you're not going to be duped or sucked in anywhere near as easily as you might have done in the past before.
Yeah.
Basically, what I'm saying is like, so when it happens, so the next time it happens, you're like, I'm imagining in your mind, it'd be like, no, here we go again.
Yeah.
So why would you at that point then be like, oh, this time round I'm going to get emotionally invested? It'd be like, no, even more
Right.
I'm not going to, because the last 25 times I've seen this, it's amounted to the same amount of shit as the first time.
Yeah.
I'll be an idiot if this time round I was like going to get emotionally triggered or whatever.
Right.
And
Yeah, there was a crazy bitch in the chat that thought she triggered me. Ooh, we should go over that because that
No,
was funny.
unless they were presenting you a new magic trick that maybe you hadn't seen before, but
Nobody has yet.
their arsenal of tricks is very limited.
Yeah, there's this one new crazy bitch I'm keeping my eye on. Ashley something. I went over to her channel one night and she had a panel full of chicks, and she was dogging somebody that the guys roast all the time. I mean, she was going at him hard, and I asked something like, I'm new here. What is this channel about? Is this? Or I said what? I forget what I said, but I was just asking questions, and she's like, or maybe I said, what's going on here? And she was like, I'll tell you what's going on here. And this dude, and like just again, a barrage of misandry. And I was like, okay, well, I don't really know your content. Is this kind of what your content's about? Like, and then she made some comment like, get with the program, bro. And I was like, oh, I'm not a dude, I'm a chick. And then she didn't respond after that at all, but she was in she was in Tony's chat yesterday. And being a crazy bitch. Like totally being a crazy bitch. Trying to fight. Like she was there to see and enjoy the guys roasting the other dudes. Like she likes that kind of shit. She's really into the men fighting each other. I'm like, okay, that's a fucking red flag. Like she has fun with that. And so I mentioned that I was in her chat the other day. She's like, oh, well, something about, what did she say? It was really fucking shitty. Something like, well, that's on you and blah, 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 blah. Just, I'm just so used to this and this happening. And, I probably took your question as a passive aggressive, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, there was zero passive aggressiveness. I don't do passive aggressiveness. And she's like, well, and then that's on you. And I was like, yeah, okay. But she kept poking and trying to get me to combat her. And she's like, oh, I can tell I got you triggered. I was like, dude, but you are not qualified to even do that.
Well,
but
I mean, she got herself triggered. That's the thing with
exactly
sort
the
of
crazy
gaslighting.
bitches confess. Here, I'll pull it up just so we can Tony Bruno.
When people get gaslit, it's typically a secondary form of gaslighting. So the person who's doing the gaslighting is like pre-ignition. They have to kind of gaslight them. They already are gaslit, but they're in a state of being gaslit before they actually try to gaslight anyone else.
Right. Now, I stayed around her channel when I came across it for like, I don't know. I was there maybe 10 minutes max, and I was like, this is just fucking gross. This is not my thing at all. Yeah, she did mention, let's see, something about asking about my channel. Okay, she seems cool. Wish I could see her old content anywhere it's available. And I said, I have 5 channels, Ashley, that are listed on my main one. And I think she was triggered about what I said, because I said fucking a lot of women don't know how to behave themselves. I think that's what triggered her. She said, what did the tree say to the mushroom? You know how crazy bitches just throw out bullshit that means 0 just for attention. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, Ashley, it was the other night when you had a panel of women on. I think it was some John Anthony guy y'all were going at. And then she said, Probably felt like it was a backhanded, disingenuous question. Get that a lot. After all, I'm not a lady. And then she's like, that guy threatened me with a lawsuit and I stood up to him. If that's all you've seen of mine and asked what question, then that's on you. And then I said, yeah, no worries. The inability to answer a simple question, along with the type of content you're into, tells me all I need to know. And then she was like, your assumptions about me. This is the you don't know me. Hashtag Alice made this famous. Your assumptions about me, seeing that you haven't actually watched my content, on top of the fact that I don't even know who the fuck you are, and you're triggered, question mark, tells me all I need to know about you. And I said, you're not qualified to trigger me. No woman on earth is. I get that that's what you're into, but not my thing. And then I said, thanks for having me up, Tony. Have a good night, y'all. And then I left. So, oh, she said, you brought this all up, sweets. And then a shrug. Very catty of you, too. I prefer to be direct. And I don't know if she wrote anything. I think she might have hopefully realized I was gone. But. And then she's in with the guys, like totally trashing dudes. So trashy shit. Uh-oh, Randy SoCal's in the chat. How are you doing, Randy? Are you ready to come up and have a conversation yet about your university? Yeah, but he's ideologically infected. If he doesn't get offended, if we can have an honest discussion, talk about his university, that's what I really want to know. As far as I know, Randy doesn't have any ill intent towards me. Has that changed, Randy? Just curious.
Not sure what I got to say about the your new friend, not your everyday Ashley.
She's nuts. She's fucking nuts. We'll see. I kind of halfway expected her. Halfway expected her to stop by at some point.
You're talking about someone in the chat called Randy? I have no idea who this is.
Oh, Randy SoCal?
Not that I should know, but I mean.
Oh, he's a young man.
In the dark, and he's like, oh, what's going on?
He's a blackety black is the most fucking important thing on earth kind of guy.
Oh.
Black identitarian. Feminist puppet, really. But understandable why. So yeah, the people that like to emotionally terrorize people, the people that get off on trying to trigger people. Crazy bitches do that.
Well, yeah, it's like emotions become a form of currency for a lot of people. It signals control. If I can get you emotionally riled up, then you've lost control and I've gained control.
Hmm.
But when push comes to shove, at the end of the day, when it comes to survival, even if that's true, fine, okay. Let's say like you upset me and I've lost control, and you feel better about yourself. Is feeling better about yourself actually going to get you through life?
Right.
All it does, it just makes you feel better for the here and now in an instant gratification sort of way.
Mm.
I mean, if that's, I suppose, good enough, and then you do you, boo, or whatever.
I think her and Alice would make really good friends. They can be. She can join the You Don't Know Me gang. I know Alice is watching. Alice should head over to.
I'm more successful than anyone in here. Well, I don't know if you noticed, but I've got rainbow hair and I'm a pony, so I trump it all.
All right.
All right, okay, all right, you're more successful. Someone so successful hanging out with us losers. All right.
I mean, if he's hanging out on Bomb Cherry's channel, I highly fucking doubt it. Only degenerates fucking hang out over there. So the fact that he's a mod, if that's his level of success, I'm not interested. It sucks that his mom and the university fucked that man up so terribly.
Well, it's like I've just come here. I need to tell you all something. Hey, everyone in here, I'm more successful than all of you. I mean,
Yeah.
Get out of it. It's like what? Oh, okay. Who are you trying to convince? Also you.
Good. You're blacker than black because you're black, right? I just don't get it.
That's important in some way, isn't it?
Black? Not to me. I don't give a flying fuck. I don't. Actually, the only reason I do give a shit is because black women are the most educated group of people in our society, and they get a lot of money for displacing black men out of places.
Well,
So,
it's a superiority thing, right? I mean,
yeah.
it only matters because they want to be superior.
Yeah. Yeah.
It
Thanks,
just kind
Woody.
of, that sort of, like there are some powerful single words like power of no, the power of asking why.
Yeah.
And there's also sort of like, so.
So, what's your point?
Yeah. And what?
Yeah. What of it? Yeah. I like small words. I do like them.
Talk to the hand. I don't see that anymore. That kind of fades out.
God, last time I saw it was with one of my friend's kids. She was talking about how great Starbucks was. She's kind of a little spoiled. I was like, yeah, coffee's coffee. But, it all depends. And she's like a little attitude. I mean, she was like 7. I was like, if you ever fucking do that to me, that is so disrespectful. Okay, child. They call me Boot Camp Mandy though, so.
I heard Starbucks is going out of business.
Is it?
Or potentially. It's on the sort of chopping block because of all the inflation,
Really?
but I don't know.
Wow. No way. They're everywhere. Like
I wonder how
everywhere.
much electricity they consume.
Oh,
It's a lot of
right?
boiling water.
Yeah, those like espresso machines constantly running. Yeah. Huh.
Maybe trying to import those coffee beans.
Hmm. Here, I'll make this easy for Alice. Here we go. Oh, yeah, Billy. Last time I was over there, she had a credentialed chick on the panel, had credentials from psychology. Here you go, Alice. New friend for you.
Yeah, and she had someone with psychological credentials.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like she just goes after dudes. Oh, it just keeps popping up. Here we go. There was another one in the chat too that I've seen on a panel. Oops, paste, not copy. That I've seen on a panel here recently. I can't remember where I saw her.
No,
Something.
I don't want to be dismissive of someone with actual credentials in the field of psychology. Anyway, I mean, all right, well done, great. So my expectation, therefore, will be a lot higher of that.
Oh, no, super high. Yeah. Which one was it that I was over? Why isn't it red? Yeah, this is all like fuck you, John Anthony lifestyle stuff. Coach White Pill tried to trap me and it backfired. Hormaxer's funniest quotes.
I hear
So she's a Hormaxer whore? Is that what we're saying?
I don't know. I hear Hormaxer or Hormaxing being brought up. I'm not too sure if this is an actual person or a type of person.
I don't really know. Oh, wait, no, it's a person. I think it's a person. I think he has his own groupie thought chicks. Let's hear what her stance is on toxic feminism is trash. YouTube caller asked Ashley about her stance on feminism. I mean, she's a feminist, but let's give it a hear.
So, I'm really just here to talk with Ashley real quick about feminism, and really, what is
That's a little kid. That's a little dude.
what is your goal within modern society? What do you seek out of feminism in the next maybe 10 years?
I think that if we continue going down the road that we're going down, that women and a lot of very fucking beta males are going to completely eradicate the masculine man. And I think also on top of that, that we're going to turn good men bad and bad men dangerous. I think that everything that women are spewing and vomiting out of their mouths right now is such hypocrisy. It angers my soul. It pisses me off. I don't agree with it, and I'm very against it. Having said that, I do believe in equality, and
here comes the but.
I am a strong woman and a strong personality, and I hold my own. But I am not on board with modern or what I like to call toxic.
Hold on.
Yeah.
How do women do that head sideways sliding shuffle thing?
I don't know.
Do you have like an extra bone in your vertebrae or something?
I don't know. It's like a
But it,
oh,
it's,
like
it's
like in
almost, it's
the
kind of
pharaohs,
freaky.
Cleopatra stuff, right?
Yeah, but it's like your head is on. What do you call it? Is it like a dolly, a train track? Like it's not connected to your spine.
Yeah. I don't know, but just the fucking attitude and the
Oh yeah, well, I
ugh.
heard soul being mentioned there. I was like, whoa, we're going deep with this one.
She's talking to a little dude. Dude, I want to know who this little dude is. Alpha Muslim. I wonder if he has a channel. He's a kid. He's a little dude. I wonder where his mom is.
Feminism.
Ashley, how
So-
much of a role? Hang on a second. How much of a role did I play in like changing your position?
90%.
Oh, I'll take that. Thank you.
Who's this guy? Alex PWF. And who's I don't know either one. This guy actually looks familiar. Why does he look familiar? So she's giving this guy all the credit. So she's puppeting what he's saying. She gave him 90% credit, but doesn't look happy about fucking saying it.
Yeah,
I feel
100%. That when I
Oh,
discovered
100.
your channel and when I discovered especially your subscribers, I fell in love. Like I that sounds so cheesy and cliche, but like it was like almost like a relief. I was like, oh my God, all this like anger and all this like I hate men just kind of, and I realized
Bullshit. She still hates men. She wants to see them destroy each other. That's why she loves this drama shit between the men. She's full of shit.
Yeah, there's no authenticity in what she's saying.
Mm-mm.
I mean,
Realize
she's
that we're
using
all just
emotional
kind of-
language.
Mm-hmm.
going through the same fucking thing. All of us are. And then also, Alex, I realized that I don't know, you just represent such an interesting corner of the internet.
Interesting corner of the internet.
So, I'm really
I'm gonna find
So
this.
if
Alpha
everything,
Muslim.
why is she even on the if everything is thanks to this other guy, this what was his name? Bottom right guy. Then
Alex.
why is she so she can she can take her leave. She doesn't need to be here. We've got the guy himself.
Well, this is her channel.
Well, she
So
doesn't even need to have a channel then. We've already got. So she's just repeating. She's his protege.
So she's his whore.
Yeah.
I wonder what she's getting out of this.
I don't know. I mean, maybe she's got her own independent sort of philosophy or thoughts or whatever, her own analysis.
I don't think so, because if
Introspection.
not, she wouldn't have been a feminist in the first place. She just accredited her mindset shift to him and his subscribers. So apparently it's a little cult following, right?
I mean, like personally, I don't really give a fuck.
Yeah, me neither.
I mean, I don't really. If she wants to be a groupie or something, I don't know. I don't know what exactly she's up to. Why people. Because that's one of the big questions we should all be asking at some point. It's kind of like, why are people doing the things that they're doing?
Mm-hmm.
Now, some people are quite upfront and open. Whether or not they're telling the truth is another thing, but they explicitly say, like, I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, or I'm here because like in your case, you got like a mission statement, objective. You want to call out, you want to hold women accountable, and you want to take it to the universities and hold them accountable. So okay, we have a reason.
Yeah.
Other people might say because I want to share wisdom, and it's like that sounds all noble and virtuous and yummy or whatever.
Right.
But why do you want to share this wisdom? Oh, because men are being treated badly. It's like, all right. So where do you fit in with this? Like, why is it this? I don't. Am I making myself sort of clear? It's kind of like
It was exposed.
your agenda. What do you get out of this?
Yeah. What are you doing? Yeah.
It's like I want to call out the grifters. It's like, yeah, all right, that's fantastic. But why so?
Right.
Some people might be like, look, I'm here to make money. So I'm producing content so that I can build a subscriber base, and then I get revenue from that. And it's like, okay, I see. All right. I mean, that's I see that as being a bit more honest. At least you're not trying to fool anyone.
Yeah.
But if you're coming onto a platform, particularly with some sort of virtue signaling kind of, because of mankind or humanity, I'm here to save the planet, or I'm here to save the entire male population or something, or it's a bit dubious.
So this is Oki right here.
Oki drama.
Yep. He's under censorship.
Is playing Smash or Pass with tranny models with guys on his channel trying to turn it over to trannies. Yeah, go look.
Oh no, I believe it. I'm not judging. No judging.
But that's how the game works, is that each one is trying to build their own cult following, and has their own religious denomination. You could say you could compare it to that. And once you kind of look at it through that lens, and
I think it's trying to impress her.
What kind of lens are you looking through when you're sniffing underwear?
This is the one.
Saying that he cannot believe how Alex is dating me, and like that takes away Alex's credibility. He went on to say things about Kevin, about how Alex gives Kevin a platform, and like just trying to control what Alex is saying on his channel, and the way it transitioned, it was so genuine. There was
because I think it made the bond that I have with my girl a little stronger.
To me, it makes no difference.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to interrupt you real quick. GM has a question. What is this here? Sarah, one more time. We're going to share your screen, and we're going to play my fucking favorite video clip in the world.
Don't be a fucking cuck. Don't be a fucking bitch. And you have a girlfriend. Don't let other guys bang her.
Because I think it made the bond that I have with my girl a little stronger.
And GM, this is so funny because this motherfucking asshole likes to call out other people when in secret he has a wife who cheats on him. Anyways, Natty, my apologies. That was all me, not you, sweetheart. Let's continue.
So, what was I saying? So Alex and I, like,
funny?
Yeah, like for me.
I mean, I think the blonde giggled a little bit. I don't know. I mean, this was the first time coming to this channel. That didn't really answer my question. Like, I was like, okay, from what she said, she's, doing man's work, pretty much.
I mean, the style of talking, the monotone, sarcastic kind of style. It's just not very flattering.
No.
For me, it doesn't make a difference when he's sleeping around, when he's being a whore, and when he's being like a complete monk and not really going like.
I'm just gonna fast
being a
forward.
little
'cause-
Natty fan over here. Natty, there's some other
Fast forward to
So,
1
Natty,
second before the end. That's the best
going out
part.
there with, and I just
Right.
might come out and start. Oh,
When it's
Sarah, there's a
over.
nice comment here for you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Bobby Johnson. Sarah has all of my love. Unless I'm drunk and
It says
shouting at
Sarah
the
got
live
all
stream.
the lore.
No big deal.
Surprised me. I saw right through all of that.
You ready?
I'm ready.
All right.
How did when you found out about slowly
info was like and then was escalating to some point that was sorry.
Of like, hey, like, yeah, I'm a sex and dating coach.
Jim, get on board, motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
That's all I gotta say. Continue, please.
Jim, get on board, motherfucker. Because I said I was wondering what this channel's mission is. Is it just calling out this one dude, or is there more to it? Is that not a direct question? Get on board, motherfucker. I'm gonna play that again.
I love that.
Oh, and she loved it.
On pause.
Basically, I was supposed to.
Because with me and Alex from the get-go, he had that conversation. He went off like, hey, like, yeah, I'm a sex and dating coach.
Jim, get on board, motherfucker. That's all I gotta say. Continue, please.
I love that. For me and Alex, it was always this whole, like Alex actually did say that. He was like, hey, this is
not that fake, hypocrite, not straightforward, not honest, and pays for sex. Anyway, continue. I said it, not you.
Like,
I said motherfucker question mark. I'm not a dude. I think I just took it as she thought I was a dude.
She thinks she's a bit of a boss bitch.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But after she read that, she didn't say anything to me at all. So, and then she goes into why Sarah is qualified to speak on psychological blah 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 blah.
I don't think you knew. Well, you knew I was there temporarily.
Yeah.
But the plan
the
was
one
like,
bottom left
we're
is
gonna- we
psychological with the psychologist with credentials.
Yeah.
agreed that if neither one of us hooked up with someone during carnival, that we'll start dating like officially, like boyfriend girlfriend after. And her mom was in town, so it was easy for her. But I went out and banged tons of chicks. I think.
Yeah, but I didn't know.
One of the parties I made out like 14.
Yeah,
girls.
and I thought, oh my God, imagine this guy is like here for carnival. He didn't bang anyone. And I'm here with my mom. So I thought it was, no, that's really nice. And then like after carnival ends in Tuesday. So Wednesday he talks to me. Tuesday he talked to me. And Wednesday we were already like in this label of girlfriend and boyfriend.
Yeah.
It was like super fast.
So the way that she first, so I was like seeing like a whole rotation behind her back basically at first.
Yeah.
Like never.
And the way that she found out is
basically behind her.
There was,
Let's not pause it real quick.
and I was.
What was that, Natty?
That like never with like Alex and I had always had that transparency and that honesty. Even when we were booty calls, when you don't really owe that transparency to your booty call, let's be honest. You don't owe them anything. Even when we were booty calls, we would talk.
Wait, repeat what you just said. I think you misspoke.
Even when we were booty calls, we would be like very honest.
You don't owe. Repeat that.
When you're booty calls, you don't owe that transparency to people.
You accidentally said boyfriend, and I just wanted to
No,
clarify.
no, sorry, yeah, no.
I know you misspoke, but I don't.
Yes.
I don't think she misspoke. Should we rewind it?
I don't know. I just hear, that movie Gremlins where it's like, it's like, I don't know.
Hold on. Wait till they psychologize them.
Sorry, no. As boyfriend and girlfriend, we are completely 110% transparent and honest. We know our boundaries. We have very clear established boundaries. And I think that's what made our relationship very healthy.
Definitely. I'm going to stop you there. Sarah, I want you to pull up my favorite clip of the night. I'm going to answer a question really quick.
Don't be a fucking cuck. Don't be a fucking bitch. And you have a girlfriend. Don't let other guys bang her.
Because I think it made the bond that I have with my girl a little stronger.
So this motherfucking asshole called someone else out and always calls other people out on being a cuck and how your woman should never fuck anyone else. Blah, blah, blah. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. All the time his wife was having an affair on him and he's a bitch. All right, we can continue. My words, ladies and gentlemen, no one else's.
Okay, I get it, like
My
Boss Bitch
words.
wants to be a bit of a sort of disc jockey kind of with swagger.
Vibe. Yeah.
She wants to be cool and hip or whatever.
Yeah.
Now, never thought I'd say this, but it would help if she wasn't filming in her bedroom or what looks like a kind of dingy room. I mean,
See, I don't even care about any of that shit. I'm just listening to her
I'm so
rhetoric.
used to, yeah, but I'm just so used to like seeing some effort made to create a studio, even if it's just in the corner of the bedroom. But you know, it's that.
Billy, that's the difference between men and women. Men make an effort. Women, crazy, especially crazy bitches, do not.
I mean, they criticize you for being in the bunker.
I'm in my lair. It's part of my personality type, Billy. Yeah, I don't care. It's because I don't care. I mean, I have my fish in the background now.
Yeah,
I moved my chair.
I feel low for being so superficial, but it's just couldn't help but notice it.
You've already drowned. You've already put up that thing that the men do where they drowned out the noise and they try to focus on other shit.
Yeah. I mean, like on the big screen, we've got like leather sofa, we've got something on the wall, we've got a nice plant. I mean, it's a very attractive plant. I could just stare at the plant all day and I'll be satisfied. Oh, I see some alcohol on the side. Or the
blonde dragon.
The psychologist has some kind of backdrop.
Good. Yeah, the psychology one does.
She's the most qualified to make a sandwich.
Sarah Bobera. Hold on.
I was still saying, one of my friends extended his trip. We were doing we would do like an hour of private training Muay Thai and then an hour of training Jiu-Jitsu. And we were just doing like 2 hours of martial arts training with a private instructor. And so I was living with him, and I had this chick over there, and she showed up, and I don't even think it was early. I just lost track of time, right?
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
You want to tell that story?
That was so ridiculous.
So like we had a skirty at the front door.
Oh my god.
And the guy like knew that she was my chick because she was always there with me. And she tried to buzz up, and we told him like, don't let her up.
Yeah, but that was super weird because the guy would always let me in instantly.
Can we pause it, Sarah?
We cannot go. And they said,
I just want to comment. This is all me, ladies and gentlemen, just not your everyday Ashley, aka Smashly XOXO, Hurricane Ashley. All I'm saying here is that
Hurricane Ashley.
What does that even mean? Hey, Nilla Wolf. Yes, my murder fish.
Yeah, she chops up the bodies and then sprinkles them into the fish tank to dispose of the evidence.
It's called chum.
Chum.
Chum. So, what did she just say? We got sidetracked. I think we're both trying to tune out this crazy bitch at this point. But I want to get to the point where she mentions Blondie's little credentials. Because she starts to psychologize. More torture, Billy, more torture. This is your payment, letting me torture you for your therapy session. Okay.
Look at the body language between these two. Look at this. You see what I'm seeing, Sarah? Go ahead and unmute yourself. I'm going to unshare your screen. Now let's just dive right on into that bitch for a second.
Yeah, well, I mean, she's already very hunkered in, arms straight. There's no like leaning in. There's no.
I'll ask you real quick, Sarah. Explain to the audience your background in your degree, the studies you've done, and why you're the perfect person to comment on this. Please. I sound like a fucking game show host tonight. You're welcome.
I love it. I'm loving this part right here. You're like, it's a whole nother Ashley tonight.
It is.
So I have a minor in victim studies. I spent a lot of time. I went to a lot of academies, conventions, and really like soaking in a lot of different things that victims often portray. And one of the things that we do with our body language, if we are a victim, is we're very hunkered in. We're very like, you can portray feelings of being kind
Sarah,
of.
we could say victim, or we could say mail order bride. Continue. I'm sorry. My words.
Sorry, you guys. I think that Alex is talking about it on his live channel, on his live.
Well, since he is your boyfriend and we do like him, I vote that we kind of do what we did last time, Sarah.
Yeah. If you give me a minute, I can bring that up.
Let Sarah work on the back end on that one.
Yeah, right. If you could shut the fuck up, bro.
Right. It's fucking chaotic. Oh. Okay. Those are her credentials. Victim stuff. Me Too advocate?
She didn't actually say any credentials. She just says I got a lot of experience and I've been spending time researching. I mean, anyone could be saying what she just said.
Well,
what level of qualification do you actually have?
I don't know. I think they were about to go into she's a victim in that scenario.
Oh, yeah. So she's putting forward her observations. I'm not saying that she's wrong, but
I mean, how are you going to tell if she's leaning in from this angle? I mean, she doesn't have her shoulders raised.
Well, before we get into that, I mean, I'm also not suggesting that she necessarily needs to explain her qualifications only just for credibility. It seems more the case that the Ashley lady wants to make
push
it known.
That. Yeah.
Push it, yeah.
Yeah. These crazy bitches just got a little more interesting. I mean, she seems very domineering and fucking obnoxious.
Yeah.
I would never spend any fucking time with her. Unless maybe if I was a victim of abuse, maybe a little...
Well, it's funny that the conversation is going to talk about abuse, but if, and this is an example in a way of how you can have someone who is maybe intelligent, like let's say this Sarah chick is.
The one at the bottom?
I don't know, but apparently she is because of these so-called credentials.
But she's acting like her little bitch.
Well, that's what I was going to lead to, which is like she doesn't realize that she's being put on a pedestal, being propped up and utilized by Ashley. It's like, look, everyone, I've got my number one little trooper here who's got credentials, and I'm going to push her to the front and go get her, Sarah. And do the dissection or whatever, do the analysis. It's like Ashley has Sarah on a pit bull leash. Like, go get him, Dougie.
She's not much of a pit bull. She's more like a Shih Tzu with pretty hair.
I got a pet piranha. Here we go.
No.
Not saying
No,
that. Not saying that
'cause-
Sarah would be a piranha. She might be a lovely girl for all I know. But
Yeah.
um,
She's just loving. I mean, this is a sadomasochistic fucking circle jerk here.
yeah. So the assumption that victims are necessarily going to be showing what were the signs that she listed out?
She said hunkered down.
Down.
I don't really understand that. She didn't look tense, sitting there. I mean, maybe it's slight annoyance. They're going in something else. She mentioned something about lines, like the lean in. I actually heard that from some folks. Like a lot of people are gauging people's interest on who's into who based on how pictures are and how people are positioned in pictures. If a woman's not leaning into the man, if a man's leaning into the woman, then that means he's in the submissive role. A whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Well, yeah. To be careful with that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like-
But it sounded like some of that she was about to go into. I don't know. She
Yeah,
looks pretty
at the
relaxed.
moment, it's sort of theoretical what she's saying. Like in theory, I mean, there's another part where the only reason why a victim would hunker down, if this is indeed the case, is if that person has an awareness of their victimhood, or their status as a victim, or identifies as a victim. Because quite clearly, if you don't even realize you're a victim, you might not be hunkering down. But lo and behold, you're a victim. Other people might hunker down because they've got low self-esteem. So you can't just necessarily think that, oh, just because someone is slouched or is a bit shy, that, oh, we're dealing with a victim here.
Yeah. Rishi's over there. Oh, Hormaxer choose a dude. He's half naked. Okay.
Well, maybe it's part of the gimmick with the name.
Maybe.
I just hope he has some clothing further down south and he's not just sitting there.
Naked.
I don't know. But yeah, it would be funny though at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a guy here who every time he's on a stream he's naked.
Right. That'd be funny. Did you bring your pants? Lawrence, why doesn't he have a shirt on?
He had the what's the actor's name? From Jurassic Park. Oh, in The Fly.
Oh, Jeff Goldblum.
Jeff Goldblum, yeah.
Yeah.
He's got the Goldblum pose.
Yeah. Well, oh, JR said he wears Speedos. Not interested. Well, I didn't really have anything. Lycan came in earlier and dropped off a crazy bitch for me. Man, that dude, that if there was a, like, I'm pretty sure he's out. Crazy bitch hunted me. I'm pretty sure he's passed me up.
I mean, something that kind of baffles, or I find a bit a little bit like, I don't say curious as if like I particularly need to know, is the like you and Lycan maybe. I don't know Lycan all that too well, but in terms of like dealing with crazy bitches,
Mm-hmm.
how people like yourselves have the, I don't know what, the stamina, the energy. I don't know, like,
Yeah.
because my patience, despite what it may seem,
Yeah.
kind of quickly drops. You know, after I sort of ascertain who I'm sort of dealing with, I'm like, well, I know any words are going to be wasted.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe it's as I'm getting older, like I get worn out by my kids' relentless.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
I just don't have the energy to.
And that could be it. Lycan doesn't have any kids,
Or
and my son
self-preservation.
is grown, so yeah, I have more energy to put into it. I think. I mean, I didn't even while I was raising my son, I wasn't online, so I wouldn't be doing any of this.
I don't know. I
And
used to think I had a high tolerance, and maybe I can. I don't know. I don't know. Like if I'm semi shutting down or only listen with one ear, it's like
Yeah.
like a dolphin. I send half my brain to sleep,
Yeah.
and then I switch around or something. But
that could be a trauma response, Billy.
oh dear, it could very well be. Yeah.
What is that called? Dissociation or something?
What
You
DID?
you get an emotional
With my
flashback and then you go into another realm.
with my 100 avatars. Yeah, I'm gonna change an avatar. My identity
Yeah.
crisis.
Yeah. 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 Well, they go after Lycan like crazy because he has no filter and he tells these crazy bitches exactly what's up. So they think that they can attack that man because he's a straight white man that's also a Jew. So he's all the bad things. All of them. And he doesn't give a fuck. He just speaks freely, and that's why I appreciate Lycan. Now there are some times I've seen him be a little down. I feel like I've had to remind him a little bit, like, hey, like fuck these crazy bitches, because he's going down the list of things that they're saying, and you know how it will wear on you. You might start to doubt yourself. I mean, when you submerge yourself in gaslighting every moment that you're online, like you start kind of questioning things. So he's pretty quick to come back, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I should be giving you like a round of applause or something. It's like I don't know how you're managing it, but
Yeah,
there must be some I don't know, thick skin or something. I don't know.
Well, it needs to be done. He knows that too. So
I mean, in part that kind of thing is why we're on my channel. Like I just I'm not really interested in dramas or who said what necessarily. So sometimes in the chat box when some of the guys might be having, because my memory's not that great, so I'm like, who's having beef with who now? Like, oh, I don't know, but as long as me and whoever is on okay, then they're welcome to the chat. But you know, this could end up potentially causing a ruckus in my stream. But
well, your stream shouldn't be. Your stream should be a ruckus-free zone, though.
well, yeah, because you know you come to, but I'm trying to deal with subject matter topics, sort of material or whatever. So there isn't really space for if you want to have a fight with someone, then fucking go outside and do that. You know, do that elsewhere.
Right.
It's like I'm holding, like bandits will talk about having a class. It's a little bit like having a class. Like you're here to learn and study. So whatever shenanigans are going on, cut that shit out.
And I think most people know that and respect that on your channel. Like the day Angler was over there, he's like, okay, I'm leaving. And then Kush started up a stream. I mean, me and Angler went in that and he didn't say a fucking word to me. And then as soon as Kush started his stream, he fucking said something to me over there.
Well,
I think he respected your platform like that.
And in turn, I can respect people if people can behave themselves in such places where and be appropriate, then I can actually, I can respect that sort of as well in return. So, and it's actually quite nice to see if you've got people who may be disagreeing in other places, but here they are, not necessarily
amicable,
extreme, but yeah, they can actually like both sit down and with a notepad, trying to encourage people to bring your notepads with you. Then that's good. It's an example of how we can actually set aside differences.
Yep.
I'm not too naive to think that trolls or scallywags are going to try and cause some sort of shenanigans.
Oh yeah. No, Tony said he got 8 emails.
Yeah.
That they start coming in 2 fucking minutes after he showed up in my chat.
Yeah.
2 minutes it took for them to start emailing him. He was blown away.
They must have hit that bell notification.
No, they watch my channel. And Zechariah is one of them. And Zechariah goes and fucking hangs out at Chris Mitchell's all the time. And Zechariah, I'm sure, is behind hate watching and letting Angler know shit too. So I don't know who's responsible or whose job it is to, sort that kind of shit out over there. I've tried to have a trial. Nobody seems to be really okay with that. So I don't know how else to approach that situation. Because it's bullshit. Because the only reason Zechariah is doing that shit is because of Alice and Scorp Thought. So
this is one of the reasons why it's a bit confusing, because with the kind of backlash that you receive, I would have thought the trial would have been a guaranteed event,
right?
The thing of the year,
right?
Especially right by Halloween. I mean, what better time to have it?
What better time to burn a witch? Yeah. Of course, Johnny. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the people that want to make accusations and passive aggressively talk shit don't seem, but they know stuff and they know what I'm about and all this fucking garbage. Don't want to say anything.
It's the you talk the talk, but don't walk the walk.
Right.
You talk a big game, but when it comes down to actually, right, come on now, knuckle down, let's do this. It's like, no.
Give up your sources. Give up your sources unless you're too afraid to actually tell me I'm fucking right. Because I know damn well who's fucking responsible. It happened via Cybertoxin, via Angry Snowman, via Zechariah, via Coffee Nino, and all these guys were literally white knighting for Alice in those fucking gulag slags. So
well, this is so. Hey, a minute, but this shows you the it's like, but no, good mother. This is how the smear campaign
Can you hear
works.
me?
Like,
okay, all right, I'm good.
Hey, Johnny.
Hello,
hey, Johnny.
What, Billy?
Hey, Billy.
This is how the smear campaign works.
Yeah, like Jim. No, you're breaking the rules here. This is how the smear campaign works. Like, we get to say what we like about you, and you're not allowed to defend yourself.
Exactly. Or confront you or face my accuser. You know what? It's the same bullshit the men complain about all the time. And you know what's strange? A lot of the same men involved in this are the same ones that fucking complain about it. So you know what? If I don't get to face my accusers and we don't sort out all this bullshit, I don't give a flying fuck anymore about any of those dudes'
No,
problems.
and you shouldn't. You shouldn't have to be obligated to. I'm getting a lot of like feedback in
Oh.
the. Hang on.
You sound okay to me.
It's not you.
Have you got your YouTube
it's
tab
my
open?
mic.
Mm.
Whatever. Yeah, you shouldn't feel obligated to appear to that kind of that kind of venue where you wouldn't be welcomed or you were actually being set up. And I feel that is kind of what is going on right now. I'm not sure, okay, but that is some a factor to consider. I'm sorry I sound really choppy right now because I'm hearing my own voice just at full volume right now, and I don't know why that's happening.
Actually,
hang on.
Johnny, you sound good to me.
Well, yeah, I sound good to you guys, but to me, I sound like it's really like bonking my brains out. Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on. Let me see
Your
if I
own
can
voice is
try
distracting you from what you're
to
trying to say.
turn my speakers in the machine down. Hang on.
You know what, though? Hold on. I just had a
Oh
thought.
shit! I can't hear you now.
Tony said he only got 8 emails. So the number of emails are going down. Brandon Trueblood said he got 11. Coffee Nino said he had 12. So
You're
over
complaining.
time, it's like less emails.
Yeah, you're complaining. You're like, they're getting sloppy. They're getting lazy.
I know. Like, come on, smear campaign bitches. Like, would you give up, you cowards? This is all just ridiculous.
What if I
Incompetent bitches.
actually?
Johnny, do you have YouTube open?
Yeah,
That
I'm
music.
just gonna like close it out. Hey, sorry, chat. I would like to like talk to you, but I can't. So I'm gonna close you out. Hang on. All right. Still hear myself, but yeah. What I was trying to say was that earlier you were talking about like the differences between a sociopath and a psychopath.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I was working in the therapy field, we worked with the DSM-4R, and we had the multi-axial assessment.
Mm-hmm.
And a sociopath was neurotypical. They didn't have any neurological disorders or anything.
Hold on,
like
Johnny.
that.
Hold on,
Yeah.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Zachariah's backstage. Zachariah,
Yeah.
you are not fucking welcome here, dude.
Oh, man,
Period.
Go away.
The end.
All right.
You are not coming up on here. Your fucking shit is bullshit. You are not welcome here. I did not invite you up here. And everything you've been doing behind the scenes is bullshit, dude. So you can go. See? He's watching. That's fucking weird.
Well, no, I didn't bring him here. I don't know that guy.
No. He watches.
Oh.
No. Zachariah is somebody that emailed Tony Bruno 2 fucking minutes after he showed up in my chat last night.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Was he Tuesday? FA Tuesday?
No.
Okay, because that is somebody who was basically a parody of Monday FA Monday, who was actually a brilliant, like Mensa level guy, and he stopped his stream around when Corona started, but. Anyway, I didn't know if that was him or not, but listen, I really want to talk to you about this, but this feedback in my phones is really, like making it hard for me to talk. I'm sorry. Well, I'm gonna try to dip out, and then
Okay.
what I'm gonna
Come back.
do is, I'm gonna like plug it into another port and see what happens.
Okay.
Billy, thanks a lot for putting up with this shit, but I have a lot of things to say about like sociopathy and psychopathy, and from a guy who worked in that field for 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, go for it, man.
yeah, thank you guys. And like Billy, and I've said this before on your stream, you know a lot about narcissism more than I do. And I think it's really interesting, but man, I am just getting like so much delay in feedback in this stream. So it's not you guys, it's my tech.
Okay. Yeah,
Well,
we'll
fuck
see.
it.
We'll see you in
I'll
a
talk to
few.
you guys later. Yeah, it
Okay.
might be about an hour. Okay, I'm sure you'll still be going. So thank you.
Perhaps.
All right, maybe.
Bye.
Bye.
Catch you later, Johnny.
Hello, Pseudo. What? What? Yeah, and he popped up backstage. He's the one that exploded on Sunkiss's fucking channel. Weird.
I wonder what he could want.
He's upset because I let JB Gunner on my panel. He doesn't like JB Gunner. He's also upset that I said I am all for the extermination of babies that would be completely not useful, like would never be able to have a functioning life. Like if, you know, you get the test when you're whatever pregnant and it's like, you know, some kind of serious deformity.
Yeah,
or,
we had that.
Yeah.
And they asked us, do we want to proceed with the pregnancy? Well, obviously, I said yes, but
yeah. No, I'm talking like serious deformities. Like I remember when I was a kid, my mom used to take care of this girl, Christina, and this girl was on a ventilator. She was a fucking vegetable. She was like 12 when I saw her. Yeah. Like there had to be a nurse on call 24/7 to suck out mucus out of her trach so she didn't choke to death. She ended up choking to death, but that girl never had a fucking life ever.
But did they know that while she was still inside her mum's womb?
Yes.
Or was it?
They knew.
Okay.
They knew. Yeah. But they were like, you know, it's life. It's our daughter, whatever. Like these people were not connected to her whatsoever. They resented her. Like she was expensive. She had a feeding tube. She was always getting sick. I mean, and she fucking died on call or on some nurse's fucking shift. She choked to death. So
it's a bit of a tough one. I mean, I count my lucky stars or whatever that I wasn't in that sort of situation.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, they test for a certain gene or something like that. So if you get a positive on it, then it's a bit like ambiguity. You're not too sure what kind of deficit the child will be born with, but it wasn't like a loss of limb or something.
Yeah. No, this girl was like sideways and crooked, and I mean you could tell on the ultrasound that it was not right. So yeah, so because apparently he's disabled or something, or was in special ed in school, he took offense to me saying that. So I don't know what else. He also had a problem with me and Sunkissed having lunch one day. Those are the 3 things that I can recall that he has a fucking problem with. Oh, and he thinks Cynthia G is a, what do you call her? Israelite princess, Cynthia G.
Israelite princess.
An Israelite princess. Not somebody I want to fucking talk to.
So why does he? It makes it seem it's just like confusing. It's like, well, if someone doesn't like you, then why would you want to speak to them? I mean, why would they want to speak to you, like, if they don't like you?
I don't know. He spends a lot of time going around to fucking places, trying to get other people to distance themselves from me. So he thinks I'm evil. He puppets the exact same shit Alice puppets. He went over to Saunders with his anti-GM Discord, and Saunders and Dak kind of ripped him a new ass a little bit. They're like, that's fucked up. That's not what MGTOW does. We don't do that here. And then he went over to Alice's channel and complained to Latin Patriot that the dudes were oppressing his freedom of speech. And then Alice proceeded to educate him on how to make memes about me. And Latin Patriot powdered his little bottom and was like, oh, that's so awful that they did that to you. Fucking weird. So, he is a fan of Alice and the Scorp Thought and Cynthia G and all pretty much every crazy bitch that is my enemy. So, he's not a friend to this channel. He's a black white knight of the tyrannical matriarchy. That's how I see him. And he joined a very toxically feminine reputation destruction campaign and is literally acting like a woman right now. And it's irritating. So. All right, Billy, it's your turn to therapize me.
Well, it's just a bit like on face value, it doesn't make sense.
Oh, I know.
So,
Me too.
how would one explain, something else must be afoot?
I don't know.
I mean, if I play devil's advocate for a moment, let's say, like, from his point of view, what you say is untrue. He doesn't see himself how you describe him. So even if he does see himself as being in the right or something, why does he need your validation? It just doesn't really make sense. But if we look at it from a kind of emotional lens flare perspective, now it starts to make sense. There are emotional investments attached, needs to be met.
Like,
I mean, they could be very, like there's a numerous number of emotional reasonings behind it. And it could be a compound of many reasons, but just to sort of say, like, look, I don't like you, and because of that, that is why I want to be on the panel, or that is why I want to be friends with other people that you're not friends. It's like, logically, this doesn't really make that much sense.
I don't know. Sunkissed did a tarot card reading for me, and he left a comment on that saying he was the mole. Like, he admitted it. I blew it off. I was like, no, you're not. You're good, Zechariah. Because he was good at that time as far as I thought. But he had already been doing shit. He was literally confessing to being a mole. I was like, okay, it's weird.
Why would someone do that if not for the claim to fame, the recognition, Like, it was I who poisoned your wine.
Right. Huh. Hmm.
Looks like the stream is garnering attention from them, though. I mean, they weren't here at the beginning.
I know. Well, Alice watches every minute I'm live. So Alice, I'm sure, let Zechariah know I was live and mentioned him. So then Zechariah came over. And Scorpthought watches them too. So I know 4 women about that pretty consistently watch these. And then they tell their little white knights when I say something that they can take to another dude to emotionally terrorize them to then have them come at me. It's pretty sick.
Yeah. It's this constant, so the survivalistic mindset mode, hyper sensitivity, hyper vigilance, and danger is all around. It's imminent. You know, is constantly pressing on the door. So whenever you do something, it's like a wooga, constant red alert. Mobilize the troops, send forth.
Right.
I mean, I don't know how they don't get. There I am wondering how come you don't get exhausted and how come Lycan doesn't get. But the same goes for, well, I suppose when you're in a survivalistic mode, there's not really much room to be exhausted. You know, you sleep with one eye open.
Right.
But that kind of stress, you know, it will eventually kill a person. You gotta let it go.
They're really stressed. I think it raises their cortisol levels because they're the ones in hypervigilant mode. I mean, they're the ones that live in fear.
Yeah.
They're the ones that think I'm this bad guy and I need to be stopped and all this shit. And I'm like, you guys are really just wasting your time because nothing that they can do is going to stop me from what I'm going to do. So I think it's funny that they think they can actually stop me.
Well, that sense of danger, it kind of pushes them. And so it kind of justifies, like, well, maybe we are stressed or very anxious and high cortisol levels, but even more reason why it needs to be like that because the danger.
They're just pissed that I want to repeal the 19th and these bastard factories with these multiple baby daddies and all these bastards. That's yeah. They're not going to have a safety net anymore. And I think they know I can do it. I think that's why they're really upset. Because I'm not the only one that says that. And I'm not the only one working on that. Gosh, I was wondering if your head fucking exploded when you saw that, man. Come on, will you please correct that grammar? She wrote him a book in his comment section.
Yeah, I can be a bit anal when it comes to like grammar, punctuation, and spellings. It's just like, I don't know, I we make mistakes or whatever, but sometimes it's hard to read or understand what someone is saying when you have to decipher it.
This is not a Kush's repertoire. Plus, he needs to keep his blood pressure down. You want to have a go at it? Is it still there, Kush?
Coming from Kush, I mean, like he's like multilingual, you know.
Oh yeah.
So if Kush is struggling, you God have mercy on us all.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good. Which one was it on, Kush? It was on the Chameleons one?
Surprised you haven't got like the Samuel L. Jackson meme, like English, motherfucker.
Do you speak it? That would be funny. It's on a live stream. Did he say which one it's on? Oh yeah, he did forward it too. Angry Man. I don't, Lawrence. I mean, I've popped in over there a couple times. Oh, she probably deleted it. Yeah. What time is it where you're at, Billy?
Coming up to 3.
Shit.
Yeah, I shouldn't really be here for much longer.
Yeah.
But it's half term, so, and it's a weekend.
Right. Plus, we haven't done one of these in a while. I feel like. I don't know which email it is, Kush. Looking.
What does that even mean? I'm about black people first.
They're racist. It's like fucking. It's like the Klan. They're about white people first, right? Why is Randy SoCal still in the chat?
Yeah. Well, I see a message from him.
Yeah. He's a black nationalist. That's what these feminists do to these young men. They create fucking racists. And it's a big problem.
So would he be offended if I said ladies first?
Only if it's black women. Only black women can be first.
But he put black people. So he wants to put first.
No, it's just black people over everybody else. In the black community, it's black women over black men. There's an intersectionality hierarchy. I can't find it, Kush. Nope, here it is. Found it. Spoke too soon. Here you go, Billy. You ready for this?
You're going to see some crayons.
Uh,
3 in the morning, you're making me read.
yeah.
Let me scribble.
Can you say it?
Have few questions. Right. Immediate mistake. I have a few questions.
But then a question mark.
Questions.
I mean,
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, right.
I'm,
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not
Okay,
into
right.
the
Like, so,
Englishes, but that's weird.
right. So maybe she means like, do you have a few questions?
Oh,
Do you have a
maybe.
few questions you want to ask me? Do you, wrong kind of you, just jump on board? Is it on board one word? I don't know, hyphen, with people that come after legally disabled after she, capital S, admitted to being a cry bully, which I have the clips where Mandy admits to it.
That's a mouthful. Do you just jump on board with people that come after legally disabled? So she's, because she's been trying to use the Americas Against
After she admitted to being a
the
cry bully.
Disability Act to fucking cancel my channel. Because apparently she's mad that YouTube doesn't uphold its community standards in protecting disabled people from accountability.
Oh, I see my name is in there. Hold on. What's that?
Yeah.
She accused me of abusing my son just because I did a clip that was 41 seconds. Oh, she counted the seconds. Asking my boy questions about is this being a friend, teaching him how to deal with a troll in a healthy way. Billy and her claim I abuse him. It's like caveman talk. Billy and her claim, ugh, I abuse him. Which made the claims before even watching the video. I mean, how many times are we going to have to go over this?
We don't. We already did.
I mean, how many times is she going to try to say like, I wasn't abusing him? And it's like,
yeah,
fucking
you
hell.
You were. Next.
In fact, in the co-parenting with a narcissist stream that I plan to be doing, I use a phrase which is similar to what you said to your son there, Alice. Do you love mummy?
Mm-hmm.
What is a boy meant to say? No, mum, I fucking hate you.
Right. Right.
Right. No dinner for you tonight, son. Of course he's being his arm twisted, figuratively speaking.
Yeah, it was like a little interrogation.
If this is I mean, and here's another kind of like, so if she's saying what she did was not abusing him, and she was doing such a good thing teaching his boy, I mean, then she should really keep the video up on full display for everyone to see, because this is a lesson everyone could learn.
Right.
And continue to educate your son online, because you're such a fantastic mom there.
Right.
So why was it taken down?
Because she accused me of being a pedophile and looking at her son in a particular manner.
But
so she was protecting him.
Yeah, I mean, like you ain't gonna fool us, So
right.
I don't know who you're trying to convince, and you can just keep saying it to yourself. Say it isn't so, Billy. Say it isn't so. But blah 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 blah. I abused him, which made the claims before even watching the video. No. But then it's kind of like her word against whoever's word.
No, I have the video.
I mean,
I have our breakdown.
You got it streamed or whatever.
Should I post it just to show the world how good of a mom she is?
Like how would if I take it from my own sort of accountability, because I made the accusation that this is abusive behavior.
Oh,
as well.
super.
Now, how would I have made that unless I had seen it? But here she's saying that I made it before even seeing the video. So somehow I've got a crystal ball, and I knew what's going on prior to this video even being created, for me to then say like, aha, here it comes, everybody. just as I predicted, she's going to emotionally twist the arm of her son and abuse the boy. I mean, you're giving me more credit than I deserve there.
You're fucking psychic, Billy. I have to pee. I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
You want me to? Let's see. Here, I'll scroll it down a little bit.
Because the person commented on the video I did with him in a interview of 7-year-old what he thinks. I mean, that's how I have to read it, like literally word for word, so that I can't say it in a fluid sort of way, because it's like, hang on, I'm tripping up over here. The person stated, I bet your kid hates you. So I let him answer. Right. So here she's confessing to abusing the kid even. Right. The person said, I bet your kid hates you. So I decided to ask my kid, hey son, do you hate mummy? You know, I mean, isn't that like an admission of guilt here? Why did you feel the need to get your kid to prove to whoever it was who stated that I bet you hate your kids? I don't know who made that statement, but why do you need to use your kid to prove yourself, to prove to them that no, your kid actually loves you? She used my boy, but literally in the sentence just before, so I let him answer. So who's using the boy here? She used my boy in her personal drama she has towards me, because I call her violent speech out. And her call for dictatorship is communist talking. Is communist talking points? Question mark. Where's the question? And her call for dictatorship is communist talking points. I don't know why there's a question mark. You seem like an intelligent guy who you seem like a very intelligent guy. Why you on a bandwagon that gang stalkers? Ugh. All right. Help me out here, people. You seem like a very intelligent guy. Full stop. Capital Y. Why would you be on a bandwagon of gang stalkers? I don't know. And she sent trolls to my channel? Question mark. Oh, I think that question mark is more like, and the audacity of it. And she dares send trolls to my channel? How absurd. Just wondering, has she been honest with you about her admitting she does the main virus infection herself, then follows people to watch them self-destruct? Wow, we are tripping balls here.
No, she said I'm involved in gang stalking, not that her little gulag gang literally psycho watches my channel and fucking emails random people that pop up on my stream. That's fucking gang stalking. That's gang stalking behavior. Cyber stalking. She confesses and projects more than she fucking talks.
Well, she's got videos where she does that deep fake of you.
Oh yeah, no, she put my face on fucking all over her TikTok. Like, yeah. Well, I learned how to make videos go viral this past week, so I mean, she keeps pushing it. I might just make a clip of her and make her fucking go viral.
But she makes a point here about like self-destruction. So like has she been honest with you about her admitting she does the mind virus infection herself, then follows people to to watch them self-destruct. So there could be a glimmer of self-awareness subconsciously, where she realizes that she's self-destructing, but instead of attributing it to herself, because
Right.
it would be self, that is, it's kind of like hint, it's in the fucking word
I know.
self-destruct.
Right.
She's
Right.
attributed like, no, someone else made me self-destruct. It's like, well, then that's
Right.
not really self-destruct. It's just someone else has destroyed you.
Right.
When you self-destruct, it implies that
That you do it yourself.
by your own hands. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's making me choke myself to death.
Yeah.
It's like, right. I want you to strangle yourself to death. Or how she lied on the men, because I never sent them anywhere, like I don't even go to MGTOW channels unless they speak to me, because she presents me to them and spend lies about me. Breathe. No offense. My kid's broken English is better than this.
It's just 9.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a little bit of getting used to, but you kind of pick up her mannerisms or whatever, and you can kind of
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, I know what you're going on about. You know, she's
Yeah.
she's in her own head, and her English is fragmented and things like that. But all that being said, but one of the good things about autistic people is they sort of cut to the chase. They're kind of blunt and
Yeah.
you know, like to the point. So she's not trying to pad out her sentences to sound, I don't know what Alice is trying to sound. I don't know if she's trying to be impressive or intelligent or something like that. Like I mean, it's in part a little bit of word salad, you know. It's kind of it's part of the art of the manipulation. It's like if I just bombard you with a whole bunch of words and gobbledygook, and throw in a few buzzwords, then your critical mind will start to shut down, and you'll only like pick out, or what will be left in your memory will be sort of key points. The overall gist, which is what she's trying to convey, is that GM is a bitch, she's a liar, she's got some mind virus, she's a stalker, and basically that's, you know, shit like that. And she's the abuser of my son, not me.
Right.
So how to make those points pertinent in someone's memory? Well, then you kind of fluff it out as much as possible, so that all you can remember is basically this distorted perception. Oh, where was I? So I don't know. Does it really matter? I could almost pick it out like halfway through a sentence, and it'll probably be just as confusing as I called the school because she claimed she was doing documentation. Right. Because later on she says that she didn't call anyone, if I recall correctly. And I want to see if the school knew her and if they were some kind study they were doing on YouTube. If there were some kind of study that they were doing on YouTube, because I didn't give informed consent to be a part of a study. Well, it depends on the kind of study.
Right. I'm a citizen scientist. I don't need anybody's fucking consent. I don't.
Yeah, if you're doing a traffic survey, you're counting how many cars go along the road. It's not like you're going to ask for their consent.
Yeah, I'm doing a crazy bitch survey. I count how many crazy bitches travel along the interwebs.
I mean, and the thing is like the way it's going is like you could have very well have been asked for consent, and whether or not she would have remembered it, I don't know. It's kind of a bit dubious and questionable at this point. Like as far as like in court, when they talk about the reliability of a person's testimony,
Right.
But I don't know how reliable this information I see in front of me is. She has falsely accused me of stating I called a. Sorry, that's my mistake. She has falsely accused me of stating I called in bomb threat, singular, that she states someone did towards her.
Mm-hmm. She's the only one. She's the only one that is admitted to online that she called Texas A&M. So I actually know who called the FBI. There's 2 people actually that did it. And based on what they said, I know exactly who they are.
I just did an inquiry. A inquiry. Those aren't illegal.
An inquiry calling Texas A&M to ask about me personally is not an illegal inquiry.
And then saying that I'm not the stalker, she is a stalker.
Right?
I just make phone calls finding out where people work.
Right?
I made a police report in the beginning to let them know if something happens to me, they know where to start looking.
Oh, she.
Answer, which is her cause. She's sexual. Which is her cause. Which is because she sexualized on me.
Mm.
Because she sexualized me on her streams. Sorry, maybe I'm getting a bit because it's late in the morning.
Yeah, I posted pictures of her tits hanging out, and I was calling her a trad thought.
That is
a conservative thought.
That what you're witnessing on my part here is in real time the effect of exhausting the reader so that they just give up on trying to read it properly. They're just like, fucking hell, what am I reading here? So it's actually working. It's like,
you
yes.
got it in your, yeah.
Right. So
Focus.
Yeah. So if something, I just love it. I made a police report in the beginning to let them know if something happens to me, they know where to start looking.
Right.
The fish tank for answers, for answer, which is because she sexualized me on her stream because I had cleavage to the men on her channel because I have a cleavage to the men on the channel. Well, I mean, boobs and all right, okay. But I just love the sort of if you don't hear from me, like I've been kidnapped, I've been murdered, everyone. Yeah. I have gotten death threats from Sunkiss also, and I have that recorded also. And have you interactions also recorded? I told her in the beginning, because I'm not a stalker, I told her in the beginning I would be recording everything she is doing because I'm not a stalker.
Right.
Has been doing. I have collect over 200 live streams. She's not Chinese, is she?
No, she's Mongoloid.
No, sorry, that might be a racist. Like, what are you saying about Chinese? But I had relatives who are Chinese, and they're kind of broken English is a little bit like sounds a little bit like that. Like, I have collect over 250 live streams.
No, she's like straight up like inbred. Actually, that was one of her tech thought videos that she put on YouTube when it got quite a bit of views, and I checked the comments on one of them, and like somebody made a comment or something like this is what happens when your mom and dad procreate, or your mom and dad were brother and sister or some shit. It was pretty funny. Just some random Joe Blow that came upon her video.
You knew has explained why she. Your new. Oh wait. You
You
knew
knew.
has explained why she came after me to you.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. You knew. I
Your
think
knew?
it's your new. Has she explained why she came after me to you? Maybe. Maybe.
It's too confusing.
Yeah.
You knew has explained why she came after me to you. Has she explained why she came after me to you?
Yeah, because
No question.
because he's new.
Because I have 5 different stories recorded. She also said months ago,
Okay.
I am not a problem. But
Yeah.
yet get more and more guys on board to bash me because how she feels about me pointing something out in the chat at SKC channel. Because I thought the speech would get his channel flagged for calling violence.
What?
A sentence with 4 lines. Because I have 5 stories recorded. So I think she's trying to say like you're inconsistent.
Mm-hmm. I did tell her she's not my problem. Leave me the fuck alone. Like,
yeah, get more and more guys. No, not just you're inconsistent, but like maybe you're hypocritical or contradicting. Because if you're not her, if she's not your problem, then why would there be? Why presumably you're sending guys to bash her? Because how she feels about me pointing something out, and this is because as a result of so you're not. So GM, you're supposed to be your feelings are supposed to be hurt or you're upset because because Alice has pointed out in a chat on SKC's channel that that one of the speeches might get his channel flagged or call for violence.
she never said anything like that. She just straight up called me a fucking commie and wanted
Yeah.
to debate me on what feminist was.
But she's trying to achieve a few things. Like she's trying to portray herself as doing something noble and good. Like she's trying to save SKC's reputation because there's apparently a call for violence speech on her channel. So she's doing a good deed, trying to point this out, and she's being punished for that by you, with a whole bunch of guys being sent from you, and on top of it all, apparently, according like you said, she wasn't going to be Alice isn't a problem for you. So, I mean, it alludes to like someone is telling porkies here, kind of thing. It's like there are elements being omitted out. We are only getting her side of the story or her testimony of events, and and if we're supposed to rely on what she's saying here, it doesn't make sense, because if it's true that what she's trying to also portray is that there's something mentally wrong with you,
right?
Because if someone was trying to do a favor for someone else, like, hey, you might want to stop this calling for violence speech, it'll get you flagged. I mean, we would all agree generally, sort of thing, that yeah, maybe that's a good thing that should happen. But why would there be such a problem with it? And her explanation for why there is a problem with it is because GM is butthurt. It's like that doesn't really explain it.
Right. Well, she's been saying this whole time that I'm acting out of my emotions and she's acting out of logic.
On top of it, I mean, there's an element of control, because it might be one thing to help someone out and be like, heads up, I think you might be getting your channel flagged. But if she's doing it in such a way where she's now
There was none of that.
controlling SKC's channel, like
Mhm.
SKC, I'm telling you, you take that video down for calling for violence. You know, so who's the decision maker? It will be her. I mean, in terms of like setting a narrative and controlling what people's perception and what they see and what they're exposed to, it fits more in alignment with that. But to come across as if she's some sort of Samaritan, when in the first section of the writing, she is talking about her son's abuse towards her son. I mean, whew.
Yeah.
I would love, Alice, please write an autobiography. I want a signed copy.
You're gonna. Well, no, I guess it would be edited properly by somebody else before it made it to the shelf, right?
No. It will take away from the quality. No, we need it in its rawest and purest form. I don't want no editor getting their dirty hands on this beautiful piece of work. Beautiful mind. I don't want it tainted by an editor.
You haven't even finished this chapter, Billy.
Page 1. I am a mod there. Also, I don't date black. Well, if she's a mod there, then couldn't she have? It depends how the speech was being made, I suppose.
No, I was a mod too. I'm a mod also, so she can't time me out. That's why SKC makes people mods. If somebody gets timed out, he automatically, if they're kind of a regular, he automatically mods them. Like fucking Selma Jean Francis Phillips has a fucking wrench on this channel, so.
Oh wait, I like the next bit. Also, I don't date black guys, nor think I am black. I have my own style. Because I am an artist. I make my own clothes, do my own hair. I mean, yeah, obviously there's like commas are missing.
Yeah.
Well, what's like? This is neither here nor there. So what's this got to do with anything?
Depends
on the. This is just like fun fact about me, everybody.
No.
Benefit ride.
Because she portrays, she hides out in a fucking in a group of men that are all about traditional and conservative women, right? And it's anti-feminism, and they talk bad about feminism all the time. And here they hate all black women because they're SYSBM affiliated, I guess. So they pedestalize the trashiest white women and say these bastard factories are better than all black women. Look at these nice traditional women we have over here. And Alice is one of those. She claims not to be hood or ghetto, yet she fucking wears braids. She wears a grill in her mouth. She rocks out to rap music. She, like when she was mad at Sunkiss, she was like coming at her like a G. And she's, a pale skin. So that's the, like I asked her, I was like, dude, this is hood culture. Like she acts black. She acts like she wants to be black. So this is her not fitting in, because she's a different kind of traditional conservative, right?
Oh, she says here she has her own style because she's an artist and makes her own clothes and does her own hair.
Yeah. So that's where that comes in. And then the infamous, you don't know me.
Making the own clothes. I don't know.
Yeah, a wigger. Let's see. Clothes, do my own hair. Depend on the benefit ride. Depend on the color I put in my hair. Oh yeah, she's a biker chick too. Apparently.
See this chick Mandy, don't know me, never has. She came my channel, asked for a convo. I gave her one. I stopped going there cause she was going after people and I
Not people. See, she's confused. I was going after crazy bitches, and crazy bitches are not people. So
well,
that
yeah,
triggered her.
yeah. She wants to. It's not like she wants to give the impression that like you're a loose cannon that just goes off like you're a maniac. You just go after people. You're a rabid
Yeah.
dog.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
So
Crazy bitches aren't people to me. And then she pulls and I'm not about going after private citizens because she's one of the Constitution, right-leaning,
I'm not about going after private citizens yet. I phone schools to find out where they work.
Right. Yeah.
And it's just an argument that this would be a public citizen because they're at a school. But still shady, dodgy kind of stuff. But wait, go back. Wait, depends on the benefit of ride. Depends on the color. I put pink in my hair. Pink was breast. See this chick Mandy. When they put this sort of like C, it's a little bit like I knew a guy that would always say right. He'll say something and then he'd be like right, as if like you're supposed to nod your head, like confirmation. I automatically agree with you because you basically told me I have to agree with you, right? Like no, wrong. So I
See, the way I read that is like, see this chick Mandy don't know me. Like, see, let me tell you how things really are because you might be a little confused.
Yeah. It's like let me do the scene for you, and it's like see, like I want you to agree with me. See this chick Mandy. Be like, oh yeah, I know that chick Mandy. Yeah, don't know me, never has. She came my channel, asked for a convo. I gave her one. Oh, that always like you don't know me, but I don't date black guys. I got pink hair. I make my own clothes. There's a lot of information. I got a kid. I've been phoning up schools. I've been on SKC's channel. I've been trying to tell him not to put speeches of violence. But you don't know me. Why? Is there something we should know?
No. I know her more than she knows herself, actually.
That is why I need an autobiography.
We want to know you, Alice. Kush would like a translated copy, though.
So talking about going after people, and I'm not about going after private citizens. I have been rebutting her false claims about me this whole time. Oh well. I mean, so she's saying like you're running a smear campaign on her or whatever. You're making all these accusations and claims, and she's having to constantly defend herself, rebutting against them.
See, do you know what she sees as rebutting, though? She'll see somebody that comes over to my channel and she'll go over to their channel and do this fucking emotional diarrhea in their comment section. That's her rebutting my claims.
I mean, it's not far from just saying like, "Nuh-uh, it ain't so." Like, you abuse your son. No, man, no, nuh-uh, no, it ain't me. It's you. You're the one abusing my son. Son, do you love mummy? Do you hate mummy? Tell everyone that you don't hate mummy.
Right.
I'm not abusing my son. No,
Right,
I'm
right.
having to defend myself from these false allegations. How dare you?
No, tell the world, son, you don't hate me. Tell them you love me, and tell them like that's not being a friend. You tell those, you little son husband in training. Yeah.
You tell him, you little bastard. Oh, he's so hilarious. Raises her hand. I'm gonna smack you so fucking hard into next week.
Right.
You tell them right now.
Yeah.
It's for your own good.
I feel sorry for those poor little bastards. I really do. My suggestion, see here she ends with a suggestion because she thinks, and that's what I think really triggered her in the beginning, because she likes to tell people what to do all the time. And
Yeah,
I'm like,
that's
what the
right.
fuck gives you the authority to even be offering any kind of fucking advice?
Yeah, well, we saw a little whiff of this moments ago when she's telling SKC about removing the call for violence speech. So
Right.
so she's very opinionated in that sense.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah.
let me tell, and it's not even like, no, this isn't really an opinion. This is a dictation. You know, I'm telling you what to do. This is an order. Don't be
Exactly.
fooled here. I'm not allowing you to actually like deliberate on whether or not this should be done or not. No, my suggestion, I mean, my command is go ask her why she added you to her drama and got you speak on someone that she don't know.
She don't know me. You don't know me. Every single crazy bitch so far has said the same fucking thing. It's like they have it on repeat. Oh, you don't know me. You don't know me. It's almost like they're talking, like they should be talking to themselves. Because you can objectively look at them and their behavior and their contradictions and their hypocrisy, and you know how their words and then their actions don't line anywhere near up.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
but they know themselves, right?
yeah, right. And well, I suspect it might be interesting. I might have to like ruminate over it or what, meditate over it. But
yeah, ruminate.
You don't know me. I feel has a lot. It's like a rabbit hole of its own.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a lot of intricate psychology in that kind of expression.
Yeah.
So stay tuned for a deep dive on just those 3 words.
Right.
I have to think about it, but yeah.
Guess what I know? Guess what I know right now? I know her so much, I knew she'd be streaming us right now.
Already?
Uh-oh. Hold on a sec, Billy.
Is she the one playing music?
Hello?
Oh, it's
What's up?
a phone.
Help me out here, people. You seem like a very intelligent guy. Full stop.
Let me help
Why?
him. Let me help him.
Why would you be on a bandwagon of gang stalkers?
Okay.
I don't know. And she sent trolls to my channel? Question mark.
Just ate a little bit.
Oh, I think that question mark is more like, and the audacity of it. And she dares send troll to my channel? How absurd. Just wondering, has she been honest with you about her admitting in the morning to make you read?
Yes. What's that?
I have a few questions. Right, made a mistake. I have a few questions.
But then a question mark. I mean, I'm not into the Englishes, but that's weird.
Right. So maybe she means like, do you have?
All right. I'm teaching him how to deal with trolls. Okay. The comment in this video was on TikTok when I did it.
Yeah. We've heard it all before.
He went live. He was on the live. So what does the troll do? The troll goes to the video where I interviewed my 7-year-old and asked him about life. like interviewing a 7-year-old. So he leaves this comment. Your kid probably hates you. So this is how I deal with it. I showed him the comment. He said he wanted to answer the question. Says your kid probably hates you. Do you hate your mama? No. Are they being a troll? Yeah. They need to stop being so ugly, don't they? Yeah. They need to get a life, right? Yeah. Stop being mean to your mama. Yeah. Yeah.
Automatic
They can do better,
responses.
couldn't
Yeah.
they? Yeah. It's
Yeah.
not good to be ugly, is it?
He's not even like contemplating.
That's not being a friend, is it? No, not being a friend. That's not being friendly. So, what would you tell the troll? What are you going to tell the troll? That's a lie, isn't it? Yeah. Says your kid. Where's the abuse?
GM, you're muted.
You need to stop being mean to they need to stop being mean to your mama. Really? You're going to get a 7-year-old online to tell strangers
She
to
doesn't
stop
see
being
it.
mean to you? I know.
She does not see what she's doing. Hence why she feels like, hang on, like she thinks she's being picked on and is the victim in all of this. It's like, you do not. This is embarrassing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's so embarrassing. As a look, Alice, if you're listening, if you're watching, like right, all silliness aside, right? It's probably wise. Now, pay attention. Now, it's probably wise you basically just keep your mouth shut when it comes to this situation with your kid, right? Do not bother bringing him up again. None of us really care. And the more you go on about how, oh, you're the victim in all this, and you're trying to teach your son, you're basically digging yourself a hole here. So the best way, if you want to do some damage control, is shut your fucking mouth.
Yes,
And
exactly.
write that autobiography for me.
No, but seriously, she doesn't fucking listen. She only listens to those gulag PUAs.
But the thing is, she seems to think that she can use it like ammunition, right? Like, oh,
Mhm.
this is another example of how I'm being picked on and preyed upon or whatever. But
Mhm.
all she's doing, because she doesn't realize what she's doing, is she's drawing attention to her malfunction.
I
Like,
know.
she's oblivious to what she's doing.
And you know what? You would think the people that are smarter than her in her fucking friend circle would have said something to her by now.
Yeah, exactly. If you got people
But they
who care
don't.
about, well, that's what I just said to in my listen closely is probably the most caring anyone has ever spoken to her.
Right.
Like seriously, jokes aside, right? Just let it the fuck go, because there is no twist in this where you're gonna look good. Trust me, or don't trust me. But
No. She did. She then accused me of being a pedophile because I called out her fucking toxic, abusive mothering. She tried to put it back on me and accuse me of being a fucking pedo. That was her getting out of it.
Well, I suppose.
No,
Right.
that's even more fucked. That's
Not saying
even
that
more
it's
fucked.
a successful way of getting out of it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if you utter the words, if you ever bring up this video of education of your son, it's not going to look good.
No.
I mean, it's not convincing any of us, and all you're going to do is to draw more attention to. Well, I've already said it. Basically, you're just going to draw more attention. People will want to find out more, and the only way you'd be able to believe it is if you were delusional or completely oblivious. I'm not sure which is worse.
Right. Tell them to quit being mean to your mommy. That's fucking gross, man. I'm sorry. If you bring in your 7-year-old son to help you fight some battles of some fucking shit you start online. Like that's the lowest of low, man.
I mean,
Oh, she ignored. Now she's on to other shit. Other old shit. She skipped it. Why would she do that? She consistently misses the point.
who, me?
Yeah, right? Story of her life.
Kush, she stated her IQ is 148.
I thought she said 146 or something. 145.
I don't know. I kind of remember it as 148.
I think you're giving her.
Bullets put 145. But that's a genius level of IQ.
Strikeout Bandit SOB. I don't know. That's a good question, Lawrence. Well, Angler and True Blood can thank Alice for their little altered perception. Thanks Cybertoxin, because Cybertoxin is literally that bitch's biggest white knight. Thanks Zechariah. I'm sure Angler will get screenshots of this, because guess what? Alice and Latin Patriot maybe will take some. Send him a timestamp. Have Cybertoxin deliver it or Zechariah deliver it. And then he can accuse me of lying about him again. Yep, that's... Yeah, but she's not a functioning retard, Bullet. She lives with her parents, with her 2 bastards. She just happens to have internet connection. That's what sucks about all this. Like, she's some authority on the way the world should work, and she can't even fucking manage her own life.
Well, it's going back to that part of the conversation earlier. We're talking about the dangers of letting your kids onto the internet.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's talking about how you said that she wasn't your problem, as if like you broke your word. But
no, I've been telling her this whole time, leave me alone, get the fuck out of my way. You're not my problem.
Yeah, so
and so I think there's a little bit of defiance there. That's like, oh well, I'll make me your problem then. Here.
Yeah, like
and she won't
like,
fuck
you're
off.
gonna leave. Yeah, abandonment. You're gonna leave me, kind of thing. Please don't leave me. But she's, and it's going to tie into what I'm about to say. Where didn't she state that she herself was going to leave? Like, fuck you, YouTube, and fuck you, world, or whatever. I'm going to leave the internet. This place is just too. You guys are too mean to me, sort of thing.
Yeah, like 5 times, Billy.
Yeah.
No, it was like, I'm going to make a big ruckus on my way out. I want people to like stop me and say, no, don't leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like from a far away. Wait, I'm gonna like, I'm going now.
Yeah.
Think of me. Oh.
Yeah.
Wait. I'm back.
Yeah.
Remember me, everyone?
Yeah. Well,
Wagging the finger, naughty, naughty.
hello, Saunders. Now's probably not the best time if you don't want to be fucked with again. I think she forgot about you. It's been a while. Damn, it's only 9:47 p.m. here. Poor
Yeah,
Billy. It's like
I should-
4.
Yeah.
Hello, Peng.
There'll be other likes of people like this probably popping out of the woodwork as time progresses.
You think so?
On the whole, society is struggling. Society is collapsing and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So, in a loose, generalized kind of way, I mean, what else are they going to do? This is their way of coping.
She's the stupidest one I've come across. Because she won't leave it alone. Like, she won't admit that she's wrong about anything. And she won't admit that we're not even close to the same. She wants to put us on the same level because of this, malignant inclusivity bullshit.
I don't think she wants to put us like, oh, really? I think she wants to put herself above.
Well, yeah. But that's even more delusional.
What is it? Contriver will say, "Bottom bitch of a bottom." I mean, it's like,
Yeah.
You get much lower. I don't know.
Yeah.
If this was a limbo contest, I mean, she would win.
Right. Yeah.
You could also make a little pun and say, like, well, the bar's not exactly set very high.
Yeah. Well, she is Clue and Truism and Snowman and Trey the NBD and Ragnarok's fucking problem to sort out. They need to put a leash on this little crazy bitch. They're not doing a very good job of it. I just can't believe it's been like 6 months and none of those rational dudes have fucking set her straight. Yeah, Peng, that's Alice.
Well, there's an element in this sort of, I don't know how accurate I want to be, but like the flying monkey sort of cohort where, they can see the narcissist making a mess of things, and they find it amusing. They don't. There's no. They're not going to try to persuade the narcissist to, like, go in a different direction or improve their situation. It's a little bit like the crab in the bucket analogy. It's like if we've got a group, and I'm not the other people you mentioned. I mean, I don't really care to just discuss their prerogatives, but whoever it is that's tolerating, I'll say it like that. Whoever is willing to tolerate and be in camp, mentally ill. To try and generalize it and steer it away from Alice a bit, but whatever, on that kind of side, that team, there's no they got abandonment issues, so they wouldn't want. It's also the same kind of dynamic where you'll have a narcissistic mother and their daughter, where she doesn't want to see the daughter become successful, so she sabotages and tries to make the daughter's life far worse. In a way, kind of like pass on the illness and magnify it as well in the process.
Mhm.
So that the daughter is suffering more than the narcissist, and in a roundabout way makes the narcissist feel better about themselves. It's like thank God I'm not as fucked in the head as they are. So when you got people who are struggling in life, they will group together in a for like camaraderie, sort of, like we're in this together, we're all struggling. I mean, groups of girls will also like exhibit this behavior where we're in this together as a team, where we're all sisterhood, and if
Right.
you betray the sisterhood, i.e., like you have success, or you find a partner, or you're leaving us, then like fuck you, and we're gonna try and crabs in a bucket, like pull you back in so that you're no better than us. Who do you think you are, kind of thing.
Right.
So it becomes kind of nasty sort of stuff. I mean, this is like friendships. You would like to think try to help one another grow and do better, and
Yeah.
they support and will be happy for you when you achieve something,
Right.
and not be jealous of you or envious of you. But that's not the case when you have people who are struggling that bad. That is an offense to commit, or an insult to the rest of the group. It's like, how dare you do better than me?
Really?
Because your success makes the person who's left behind feel even more shitty about who they are, and it's compounded with like, oh no, now I'm going to be on my own, stuck with my own shitty self, and I can't improve my situation, and the person who they thought was an ally has managed to get out of that tough times. So it's like rubbing salt in the wound.
The fuck thing? I'm sorry. What is this? For some reason, that's really funny. She also believes the world is flat, so we're talking some like prehistoric kind of a mindset.
Yeah, I mean, that's like well, it is a separate sort of conversation. I mean, is it a debate? I mean, they want it to be a debate, but it's not really.
No, it's not.
It's much more pathological based. This isn't science. This is
Right.
down to like, I can't understand. I can't function or fit into or be integrated into the world and reality. So I must reject anything that resembles objective reality, and with that, I must therefore reject the science behind around Earth.
Yeah, Kush, she does. She really believes the Earth is flat. So does that Trader guy. He's a flat earther. It's their little gulag cult. I mean, I think half of them believe the world is flat. Half don't. I don't know.
They have to, in order for their coping mechanism to justify the situation they're in, to make sense. Because if the world is indeed round, that brings up a huge problem for them. It means you have to toe the line. It's like, oh.
Well, Funny you say that, Kush. So the story I recall from Alice was she heard from her grandpa that flew up in a plane that said he was up in the plane and he noticed the world was flat. That was about it. So apparently he
It
saw.
wouldn't even matter if they did see the curvature of the Earth. I mean, you show them all the evidence. It cannot
Yeah.
override that emotional. Like, your emotions will outweigh logic. If it was like a one-on-one fight, emotions versus logic, emotions will win. Doesn't matter how logical you are, you cannot override the emotion. If the emotions demand it, it's gonna go that way.
Yeah.
So if the emotions are saying, like, look, we're going to reject reality because we're going to reject life itself because I can't function within these parameters, then this is in part like delusional behavior. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, if you were somehow to put them in a rocket, send them into space, and like show them like literally, like, look, there's the Earth, it's round, you know, scale it down so you can put it into the palm of your hand. Look, it's a ball. They would have a existential crisis. They wouldn't know what this would mean. It's like, oh my god, like, I don't know what does this mean? Who am I? And that's the problem that they got. That such utter lack of awareness and sense of self, where they have to escape reality into an alternative form of reality or fantasy or flat earth, where they can feel like they have control and mastery. So there's no, as scientifically sounding as it tries to be, there is no science in that argument with flat earth. It's purely emotionally based reasoning, if you can say it's like reason. But
So is that true? Do we have any other biblical scholars in here? Where's Marie? Marie would know. Because if that's true, why doesn't see? She only cherry picks what she wants out of the Bible. That's like she's all into the religion shit, and she claims her sons aren't bastards because they have their heavenly father. Like, she's never been married. Where's their dad? Like, yeah, they're not bastards because they have their heavenly father.
there's so many ways of proving the earth is round.
Yeah.
That it's to entertain the idea. That's why I'm like, it's even a debate, because you're entertaining the possibility that the earth is flat. And yes, I mean, science does leave a wiggle room of error when it comes to such things. But given all the evidence and research and tested studies and everything, I mean, the world we live in, objective reality world, the real fucking world,
Right.
wouldn't be possible if it was a flat earth.
Right.
Like, do a bit of trigonometry and you'll see that, I mean, the way that you make skyscrapers is knowing that the earth is round. The way planes fly, this is what's kind of funny, because she says her dad, who's a pilot, or her grandfather, who was a pilot, says it's flat. I'm pretty sure most pilots, to be able to navigate your plane, rely on round earth calculations.
Yeah.
But all of that is meaning in the mind of someone who's emotionally dependent in that sense. All of that is pointless gobbledygook. It doesn't mean shit. It just means, oh, big conspiracy, and that's, you know, what the elites want you to think, or something like that. But we see, like, with their justification, it relies delving into even more imagination. So you're using imagination to explain the sort of fairy tale or the fantasy landscape. I mean, what's one of the arguments of the flat Earth that the disk of the Earth is surrounded by ice and they got governments patrolling it all the time or something like that to stop you seeing what's over the edge?
What? I don't listen to them, so I don't know.
Bonker ideas. If
That's
the
weird.
Earth was flat, then there wouldn't be any sunsets or sunrise. It would just be constant daytime. Because where would the sun disappear? Where would it go?
Well, a flat Earth can still, you know. I mean, obviously, when the sun's hitting the bottom of the Earth, it's going to be dark.
I don't know. There's a couple of channels I now and again watch that discuss. They just like how you enjoy finding crazy bitches. There
Yeah.
are some channels that enjoy finding flat earthers, and they bring them on for a debate, and it's always a shitstorm, and it's hilarious. And they bring out the big guns and they prove and they give the flat earthers a chance. They say, come on then, all right, we'll run your exercises, we'll run through the logic as you're presenting it, and we'll like, it's like almost like begging them, like, if you can convince us that the earth is flat, then we'll eat our socks. So we'll take you seriously, like, come on, all right, you say this, you say that, all right, let's run with what you're saying here and see if it pans out. And it never does. Never ever does. And one of these guys is actually, he worked worked as a nuclear engineer on a submarine. So pretty nerdy buff in the, like, he knows his shit. And these flat earthers try and say, like, no, you're an idiot. It's like, really? This guy?
Yeah.
You want to call this guy a fucking idiot? And he's been
Right.
working on nuclear submarines.
Right.
Fight the Flat Earth is one of the names of the channel. And try to remember the other name. MC Toon is the other channel. Powerhouses. And you learn a lot from them as well.
Well, Billy, I don't want to keep you forever. I know it's way late.
Yeah. I'm getting to that point anyway. It's like mumbling.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, thank you for the therapy.
Yeah. It's been emotional.
Right.
Yeah. And everyone in the chat, hope you're all doing well. And I'll see you all again soon. And thank you, good mother, for having me on and catching up. It's nice to
thanks.
keep in touch.
Yeah.
Stay out of trouble, but I know you won't.
I know I won't. I have a really big hornet's nest. I'm about to kick. So
Yeah.
be prepared.
I'll be keeping an eye out for whatever's happening on your channel in the weeks to come.
Okay.
It's about to sneeze. And with that, I'll go.
Bless you. All right, Billy. Thank you. It's
Good
good
night.
chatting. Good night. All right. Let's see this shit sandwich, Pang. Here, you didn't see this, I don't think. I'm gonna grab my chicken. Let's see.
Is I had my son's arm behind his back and I forced him. It was a teachable moment. I am a homeschool parent. I'm teaching him how to deal with trolls. Okay? The comment in this video was on TikTok when I did an interview with my child. We went live. He was on the live. So what does the troll do? The troll goes to the video where I interviewed my 7-year-old and asked him about life, like interviewing a 7-year-old. So he leaves this comment. Your kid probably hates you. So this is how I deal with it. I showed him the comment. He said he wanted to answer the question. Says your kid probably hates you. Do you hate your mama? No. Are they being a troll? Yeah. They need to stop being so ugly, don't they? Yeah. They need to get a life, right? Yeah. Stop being mean to your mama. Yeah. Yeah. They can do better, couldn't they? Yeah. It's not good to be ugly, is it? No. No. That's not being a friend, is it? No, not being a friend. That's not being friendly. So, what would you tell the troll? What are you going to tell the troll? That's a lie, isn't it? Yeah. Says your kid. Where's the abuse? Where is the abuse in that video? Could please somebody explain to me, where is the abuse in this 41-second video? Because this is their claim. This is the type of stuff that can get your kids took because they're on the bandwagon to paint me as a child abuser. All right, this is where she crossed the line. Okay, and she continues to cross the line. This is the 41-second video that they claim that I abused my 7-year-old in. This is the video. 41 seconds. I ain't put my hands on him. I have just asked him questions. He answered. And this is what this woman has been doing. This is terroristic. This is defamation. And I've had it with these people. They have been allowed to be monetized on YouTube to make false claims, false accusations, and blatantly lie on me as a mother with my child. But we're going to continue with collecting more data because I've had it with these people. 41 seconds, she says, and he claims is abuse. 41 seconds. This whole 41 seconds. All right. We're going to continue because every time she drops something, I'm going to show you where I have collected her own claims. Now, let's go to back to the video because she is live right now. She is live right now. Okay. So I am collecting it as it is unfolding. So let's see. Right here. Let's go back. But this is how you destroy people's lives. I think she wants my kids taken from me. I really do. Because she has been at this for 7 months. That happened 2 months prior after what happened with me and her. So she went through my channel and found a video of me and my child, then put my child on her platform for these men to make decisions on, to make their opinion as truth. And he will continue with his false.
All right. By the way, Alice, my son said, yeah, if you put your hands on your kid, that's physical abuse. So there's more than one abuse. Just saying. And no, I don't want your kids taken away. I want you to quit being a shitty mom and wasting your fucking time obsessing over me and my channel and what I'm doing. Because guess what? That takes away from time with your kids. And they are young. Both of them. So, just to be clear. Right? You just don't do it. I agree, Peg. All right, y'all. I'm going to go. I have some stuff. Oh, thank you, Lawrence. All right. Yeah. It's apparently rocket surgery for the flat earther. So, have fun, Alice. Stupid, crazy bitch. Better call off your white knights. Those dudes are going to get themselves in trouble. Good night, Peng. Good night, Timothy. Good night, Lawrence. Good night, Bullets. Good night, Kush. Yeah, I feel bad for every little poor bastards, man. That's called emotional abuse. Yeah. Alice, look it up. Look it up, Alice. Look up son husband. Look up why you don't try to use your 7-year-old as a shield after you start shit online. That's very fucking inappropriate. Your child should not be responsible for your emotional well-being. So, your little insecurity about being a shitty mom and then dragging your 7-year-old online to defend your fucking honor, that's pretty fucking disgusting. So get the fuck offline, Alice, and go raise your son husbands into actual men that the other men and the justice system won't have to fucking sort out later. Okay? Just like you did with all your criminal fucking activity. I know you lost your voting rights and your gun rights and all that shit because you're a fucking delinquent. So you have 2 sons that you are responsible for putting out into the world. And that kind of shit fucks them up. So get offline, Alice. You are a goddamn fool. I agree. And Iridium Kush. Yeah. Tell the world you don't hate me, 7-year-old son. That's so gross. All right, gentlemen. Have a good night. Kush, I'll see you tomorrow at your stream, eh? And then Monday, I will have Primo up here. He's gonna share his story. So talk about some crazy bitches. All right, have a good night, y'all.